Okie dokie.
So, welcome to far episode. I don't remember what number we're on because I forgot to make a title card today. Oh, look, Lexi got her redemption. We are missing some of our players. I don't know where they are.
I've looked everywhere. Checked under the couch.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the reason that they're running a little late is because I told them I was going to go grab food and I might be late. But then I wasn't. And then I think they just assumed I was going to be a lot later than I was. So, hello. And welcome to Scuff Stream, episode 1 of 1 forever.
Yay.
Yes, my stream is always scuffed. That is just how we do here. I don't know if anyone got that. That is indeed how we do here.
Hello.
Howdy.
Hello. What's up?
I'm just giving the heads up that I am so out of it.
Okay. I mean, I feel like you say that most of the time.
I have anxiety and depression. That is me most of the time. Just right now, it's like exceptionally bad.
That's fun and exciting. We are just missing Kimchi.
Yeah, I messaged her.
All good. I have to redo my chatbot. Chatbot.
Okay, I'm gonna go get water real quick because, yeah.
Go for it. We'll still be here.
Yeah, we'll definitely be here. We got nowhere we're going. There we go. Got my chatbot working. I'm still not gonna remember the password. I'm gonna have to reset it in like 30 days. That's just the life that I live. Cause I am real bad at remembering.
Well, at least no one's going to be able to like interrogate you for the password.
No, cause they're like, "What's the password?" It's like, I genuinely don't know. I don't know what to tell you. They'd be like, "You're lying." It's like, no, really, I don't. Every time I gotta re-authenticate. Then I'm gonna look at them and be like, "Do you remember all your passwords?" They'd be like, "No."
Yep. What's your password into LastPass? I have no clue, dude. I use my fingerprint. And I have already burned off my fingerprints because you are interrogating me.
Like, we were just gonna let you go when we were done. It's like, well, I guess I can't get into my passwords.
I'd like to back up. Me not realizing there was a game tonight. Kate didn't either.
Y'all killing me.
Well, I mean, we just had one last week, and I didn't.
Yeah, but last week was a makeup week because
I know, but I didn't.
See, that's why I asked.
I forgot that last week was a makeup one. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess she's gonna get the same exact message as last time.
That's just last time. I genuinely don't remember what happened last time she tried.
Oh no. I have one on July 26th, 6:01 p.m. where I just like did this long phrase Kate to her phone. So I'm just doing that again.
Fall asleep.
No, I don't think so. I'd be surprised if she did.
I mean, she's
She doesn't.
got her work stuff kicking in again, so like maybe she's just like, nah, I'm done with my day. My day is over.
Uh.
Um, Yeah. Welcome to the Lancer. Today is a scuff day. I forgot to make a title card. I forgot to keep track of what episode we're on because I said I was going to, and I didn't.
Oh, so you're giving me grief that I forgot there was a game, and you're like, I forgot to do anything to prepare for the game, so it's cool.
Oh no, I'm good for the game. I am not good for the extras for the viewers at home. I am a bad host.
Let's see. If we look at your YouTube channel, we are probably looking at
I don't know if I put the
technically
last
episode
VOD
8.
yet up.
Well, Worm Sign was episode 6. And then we had one
Yeah. I don't think
after that.
put up yet because we have to at least.
Well, you labeled the last stream we had as 8.
Yeah. Okay.
So then this is technically our 10th together. Because Worm Sign was the first one where we were doing stuff to
Yes.
prepare for it, and then the
This
one after
is
that
technically episode
was
8.
the fight.
Yep.
I like how we have no idea. We just have no idea, guys. Sorry.
Oh,
This is like episode 5 for me.
yeah. So I'm real bad at these things. So 100% scuffed is my life. Actually, you've reminded me that I haven't put episode 8 up or 7 up. So that's cool. Because, I'm not allowed to put them up for 24 hours. And then, yeah. It happens. Not that
Gotcha.
anyone really watches the VODs. I can't say that. There's like 6 people that watch the VODs. 5 or 6 people. Which, kudos to you for watching through 6 hours of 6 to 7 hours of my nonsense.
8 times.
Yeah. Welcome, Kimchi. How's it going? Did you catch up on what we recapped at the end of our last session?
I got the summary.
Everyone's really soft for me, and I don't know why.
But
Music
yeah.
volumes are the same. I'm confused.
Did Windows get?
Well, no, like you're normal and Monty's normal.
I'm using that new headset again. I can turn myself up if I need to.
Yeah, you could use a little bit of volume.
It's like you're whispering.
What?
Don't actually whisper.
Welcome to the ASMR role-playing Lancer.
I mean, there's nothing about ASMR that specifically requires people. So that's the thing that it became.
It's something about
It's not
yeah.
That's
Well,
the trope. That is the trope.
Yeah, but I hate that that's what people think ASMR is. Hate it.
Is that better? The same?
I mean, I didn't have a problem with it, so
I can hear you.
yeah, I had
Anybody
no
else?
problem hearing you before either.
This is maxed out.
Yeah, back it off a little bit.
yeah.
So
How's
we're
that?
going back to the nice little town that we were at. There's a little bit of a mining guild issue. I'm sure you caught up on the specifics of that.
Yeah, I did message Kimchi. I
Yep.
was like, we fucked up.
You may have broke some things. Okay. Yeah, so your follow-up mission to your little mining venture is that you kind of inadvertently sold the town, specifically like sold the entirety of the town. Like it is now wholly owned by.
No, we did not do that.
You sorta did.
No, you said the original contract did not, and they altered the contract, so we are innocent of that.
Pray,
Yeah, you didn't
pray they do not
specifically.
alter it further.
You did not specifically sell it to them for your agreement, but your agreement opened the way for them to basically come in like immediately after the first contract by the town.
Yeah, but that's the equivalent of saying, like, you used a knife to cut your sandwich in half, and then a serial killer came and used your knife to kill people, and you're responsible for the dead people. That's not the same thing.
No,
Our knife is specifically labeled though good for killing.
I mean, maybe,
you,
but
you bought the dog into the house because you wanted a dog, and then the dog, you know, ate the sandwich.
Wait,
It
is
wasn't.
the killing knife like what happens when Al gets hold of the label maker?
You didn't intend for the dog to eat the sandwich, but the dog ate the sandwich. It's gone.
If Al gets a hold of a label maker, you're literally just gonna have two labels and everything. Good for killing and bad for killing.
So you do not get a
you
downtime
may
session.
need to be creative.
Do not get a downtime session. This is sort of an extension of your previous mission. You also didn't get a level up, because this is basically all one extension of a single mission. You had some options. Y'all went with the one that most fit your moral compass, which is, oh man, kinda need to check up on this town. That wasn't great.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think Romy had other reasons.
oh god.
Yeah. I'm sure Romy did.
I mean, it follows her moral compass,
No
so
one-
that part was right.
No one really trusts Romy's moral compass, but sure, you have one.
Does she?
I assume so. She's got to follow some semblance of right or wrong, even if it's not necessarily your semblance of right or wrong. I'd assume, unless
Does she?
Romy is 100% just like chaotic something, and it's just
Chaotic.
like
Yes.
there's just a dartboard in their room, which is like decisions, and she's just chucking them at the board, and there's just like handfuls of them at a time, and just like, this is my objective today.
I couldn't
mean-
have explained it better myself.
Yeah, I don't think that's actually.
Wrong.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's exactly what Romy is doing.
I mean, that's entirely plausible. I'm not an expert here. I feel like Romy is the expert on themselves. Regardless, you have decided that you were offered a number of missions, actually, legitimately. You didn't get the usual briefing. Instead, you were given like a mission selection type thing, where they were like, these are the things that we need done. You now are trusted enough that you can make your own decisions.
Okay, are we trusted enough? Or is like the reality that Justin's sitting there going like, I'm not giving them any of the information, and I already have figured out that they are
You don't know.
troublesome.
You just know what he gave you, which was
I
a
know.
nice little
So that's
mission
like
packet.
that's
and
why
the
I'm
thing.
saying you said you are now trusted enough, and I'm highly skeptical of that trust.
Listen, you 100% had your choice on the.
Yeah, but
There
that doesn't mean
was-
trusted.
There was no doubt in your mind that he felt you were capable of choosing a mission and didn't need to hand it to you. So there was a certain faith in something. Whether it was that you were going to behave a certain way, or if he legitimately was just like, I don't care what you do, as long as you do something, you're not sure. But you have decided that you are going back to Prospector's Hollow to specifically deal with, as described, a miners guild incident. Given the nature of the other missions that you were offered, you are expecting some sort of physical altercation, although the particular pay of this mission doesn't reflect that, right? Like you get sort of paid on the potential life-threateningness of your job. Just to pay for your expenses for if you die. This mission doesn't quite pay out that. They sort of seem like
Shock.
they sort of seems like while this is a concern, this isn't like a priority issue. In fact, it's weird that they're even choosing to send you immediately at all. It almost seems like, yeah, it's a rush, but not really. So, presumably you guys go load up your mechs. Is there any special customizations you want to take before you go? And you do know that Prospector's Hollow does offer, like, facilities, so, like, you could rearm there if you super need to, but, like, before you go, is there anything you'd like to bring?
I could re-roll for my weapon ammo since I did so bad last time.
You are certainly allowed to. You will have, like, the day to do so, so that would be plenty of time for you to do that.
Basically, Cat would have just been messing to fix her mech.
Yeah, I mean, your gear and all that stuff would have been replenished, fueled, repaired.
Well, yeah, but she had to replace all the systems again.
Yeah. I mean, that would have been part of the like maintenance. You know, you did come back. You got a nice rest. It's the next day. All that stuff would have been like your usual rearm.
Yeah. Great rest. Awesome rest.
So that is your charges, your base number charges, because I believe there is a modifier on that. But are you doing anything else? Are you changing the properties of the weapon? If you are, just mark them down.
No, I think it's good how it is. I just wanted some more ammo.
Okay. That's fine. Also, Windows, stop sending notifications.
There's your problem. Windows.
Okay. So you've all sort of gotten your affairs in order. Knowing that you're gonna go have some fun. Prospector's Hollow, yeah? Absolutely.
Yep. Al has made no changes because he is fully expecting not as much fighting as last time. Probably incorrectly.
So you pile onto another land hauler. This one's a little smaller, obviously, because it's not meant
Wait,
to...
but they know that it's the Miners Guild, right? Like, they were at least told that, right?
Yeah.
Yes. You
Yeah,
specifically
like we
know
were
that
told
you're
the
going...
Miners Guild is potentially causing problems.
Correct.
Okay, well, I'm not saying Al has to change the thing, but Kat would have told him, like, this is bad shit.
Right. Given how effective the setup was though before for a large horde of enemies.
Right. I'm not saying yes, but yeah. I'm just saying Kat would have been like, because Kat is not happy about this. She's not happy.
Yeah. To be expected. Al's not happy about it either, but he's hoping there's a diplomatic solution.
There's just gonna be like walking around like the suite the night before, like people would have just heard like random bursts of Czech cursing, because she was just dwelling on it like all night and trying to figure out crap and looking up all the stuff that she found out about at the end of the last session and stuff like that.
Okay.
So yeah, she probably did not actually sleep that much.
I mean, that's fair, right? Like... Yeah, so you pile onto your little mini hauler. This one's sort of not intended to haul freight. It's a little protected, so it's got like a armored sidewalls, canopy. It's not military grade, but they are sort of expecting that like there is a possibility that you might be deploying into like a hostile environment. So again, it takes the better part of the day for you to get there. So you leave in the morning. You do pass through Manning's Cross, and you do notice that overnight they have shored up the defenses quite a bit more, and the wall looks a little bit more finished. There are now active, like full active patrols along the wall, and they are still like shoring up for. I almost want to say a war, but they've done a very good job of making the installations look defensive, but they're definitely setting a foothold for something.
Okay.
Because like I said, they had artillery battlements; those are coming along quite nicely.
How many more tanks have arrived?
You don't know because they since like constructed not quite a building yet, but they sort of framed out like a hangar. So you don't know what's in there now. It's a secure like hangar type structure that's coming up. Not finished, but like they've got like the base walls and the door things sort of in place. They're still like you can still see people like spot welding things together and like putting up the infrastructure, like the finalized infrastructure. But you may as well describe what you're seeing as a fortress. They've
Joy.
effectively converted Manning's Cross to so you haven't seen this yet, but there is something called the King's Seat, and it is sort of at the far end of the canyon that Manning's Cross is attached to, and the King's Seat is this large. You're not really sure what you would call it. It is like it must be artificial, right? Like it must have been like the side effect either of a war or a terraforming project. But there is sort of a roughly throne-shaped geological structure capping the end of the canyon. And it looks kind of like a throne. That's why it's called the King's Seat. And so at some point on the planetary history, someone built a base inside of the King's Seat, and it is actually a military outpost. There is a town there. It's probably the second largest habitat on Wayfar. It's the closest thing that they have to another city. Much of Eden's military training goes on at King's Seat, so that's sort of like where Eden's primary military, like training, servicing, production, that's where most of that takes place. It is considered the most defensible position on the planet because it is naturally protected by like the geographical feature on top of whatever reinforcements that they did to the interior. So the thought kind of is that like kind of turning Manning's Cross into a secondary King's Seat for Holland.
Interesting.
Yeah. It's not necessarily great, but it's sort of what has become of situation, right? But yeah, you pass through Manning's Cross really without incident. You are still, of course, officially Holland employees. You're coming from the city. They're really more concerned about what's coming toward the city rather than what's leaving the city. It's just some crispy scans. Nothing out of the ordinary for what you would expect for this level of security, right? In fact, it is a little lax, probably because you are specifically Holland employees. You do, however, take the better part of that day to make your way to the actual town of Prospector's Hollow. So the mood in Prospector's Hollow has surprisingly not changed too much, right? It's only been it's been the better part of a day and a half, 2 days since you left. Actually, more like three, because about a day, almost a day to leave, to come back, and then the rest that you had. There's a couple things you do take note of. There is military presence stationed around the city. So you do know that at one point, Prospector's Hollow had its own like militia type force, right? Like their own security peacekeeping force. It has subsequently been replaced entirely by Holland. So you see the familiar white armored kind of color accented divisional mechs that make up Holland's security force. You don't see anything militant. Like these are purely their peacekeeping, like basic security task force. There's a fair number of them, but you would easily chalk that up to the perceived threat rather than necessarily them, imposing martial law on the town. Because the town itself seems relatively unfazed, unchanged. There's not like scores of Holland guys. You see a couple of Holland employees walking around. Mostly they seem to be just like shopping and chatting. For the most part, it seems like they're working here, they're not taking over here yet, is your initial thought, right? Like, you do expect that, given some time, this will become more and more corporate, but for the time being, Prospector's Hollow is more or less how you left it. But yeah, so you pull up to your usual loading unloading zone. Are you gonna get out in your mechs? You can get out on foot.
I think. Well, so we're currently in our mechs, right?
I mean, presumably you rode your mechs in the back of the hauler because it's armored and protected, and you were ready to go just in case. So I would
Yeah.
assume you're in your mechs.
So the mood doesn't look like it's changed. It doesn't look like there's any like mass protesting or rioting going on. It's just
No,
normal mood.
the town doesn't seem to have been affected by the buyout for the most part, right?
Okay.
Like they don't like obviously they're aware of the increased security, but that's not weird really because you are a frontier town and you kind of suspect that like if they could have afforded it, they also probably would have had more security.
Yeah. Okay, so I would get out on foot then to start.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it doesn't really matter. So, but
Your mech's just the size of you. It's fine.
Is the crowd of fans that Romy was expecting there or no?
100% no.
Yeah, I guess she'll get out on foot too.
yeah, except now there's Holland security to actually haul you outside if you cause problems with the miners.
Waka. So first place that I would think to go would be towards the bar that used to be the mining office. Are there any noticeable change, or the community center that used to be the mining office? Are there any noticeable changes with that yet? Has it been converted back? Is it the same? And does anyone follow?
So you go to that building, and the only noticeable thing is that there is now a Holland branded, not like a door plate, but it's sort of like a small corporate logo sitting on like the wall, like the front facing wall.
Mhm.
It's obvious without being like in your face, so it's relatively modest plate. It's just
It's
got the corporate
tasteful.
logo. It just says Holland Industrial Logistics. It's just like a branding logo that they've just installed on the front office window, like on the wall, right? So that
Okay.
that like it's a Holland building. You kind of, I assume you step inside.
Yeah.
So you step inside, you notice that like what sort of was the rec area has already been cleared out. Like all the tables and chairs are gone, the booths have been pulled out. And they've sort of started converting it into like a front like reception area. Like, you know, like terminals for like they're not installed, but like you can see that they've already like ripped open the floor and they're installing the machinery for it. But like they're going to be terminals and there's seating and there's going to be a reception desk and all that stuff there. The bar is still there, and like the miner's still crowded, but you do notice that like a lot of the stuff that was on the wall, like the drinks and the decoration stuff, a lot of that's gone now. They're definitely sort of in the process of taking all that away.
Oh, this is uncomfortable. Okay.
We wrecked their entertainment center. God.
So is there any? So it doesn't look like pretty much. It's changed a lot, but I mean, do
Keep
I
in
see
mind,
anybody?
they started that process when you were leaving themselves.
Yeah.
So it's not
Yeah.
like they were not wanting to do that. Like, remember that, like, A.M. Warner had himself already converted one of the rooms back into his office.
Right. So, I guess the first thing I would do, like, is there actually like reception or anybody working there, like, you know, gatekeeping, or is it still mostly open?
It's still mostly open. They're sort of installing like the mechanical equipment. They're presumably doing what happened in like the liaison's office in the sense that like there's going to be a reception desk, but it's most likely just going to be an NHP.
Gotcha. Okay. So I'm gonna head up to Warner's office
Sure.
unless somebody stops me.
Us or somebody in the plot line, because that's a very different.
Somebody in the plot line.
No one's going to stop you. There's like no security in the building or anything like that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, like you do pass by like construction workers who are very clearly like hauling stuff out, and like the hallways are littered with like things that they've taken out of the room. So like they're clearly in the process of like renovating.
Okay. But no one's stopping me. Doesn't look like there's like massive security. It's just here's
No.
some Teamsters doing work.
Yeah.
Okay.
You just walk into his office. You're gonna knock on the door.
No, I will knock. I'm not a total savage. I look before I go in. I look around. Do I notice anything that I would have seen in his office, like in the hallway? Because I've been in there once. It hasn't been long.
No. You don't particularly notice anything of note.
Okay.
You
All
knock
right.
on
So
his
I'll
door.
knock. Yep.
There's not an immediate response, but a couple seconds later, there's just like a gruff, like, "Yeah, come in."
All right. Al opens up the door and steps inside, closing the door behind him.
Yeah, so you step into the office. You see a little bit more put together. Alistair Warner, right? Alistair Marius Warner. He's got his mining foreman outfit that he had. He's not actually wearing it. It's sort of put up on the wall like a decorative piece. You will notice that the room has been properly renovated back into an office. Like the bed's gone in places like couch. There's a nice little token plant there. The room smells faintly of paint, and you realize that the room looks a little bit more sterile. Looks like it's like a nice white-walled interior. The carpet's actually been replaced. Is now like sort of flooring. Not sure if it's like synthetic, some sort of material, but it's somewhere. It looks not quite metallic, not quite plastic, right? It's like this weird material that you're not sure what it is. It
Right.
is also white. The room is very white. You're like, oh, yeah, very Holland.
Yep. How
Um,
does what's the expression on Warner's face though? Is he loving it? Is he hating it?
he's got his face more or less buried in his work still. Like it almost looks like the room changed around him and the dude just continued what he was doing when you left him.
Gotcha.
He
So
he
he
is
hasn't looked
wearing
up at me yet.
no, not really. He
Okay.
is wearing a new foreman's uniform. It is Holland Industrial spec. That it's got like the corporate logo. It's all white. He's got a divisional color badge like on his uniform, like a color striping on the uniform that denotes him as like management.
Right.
But it is absolutely like very similar to his old mining jumpsuit, but just like Holland colors.
Wait, okay.
Gotcha.
If we put Barnett in charge, is he gonna bring his fashion sense to Holland? Because this is bad.
Also, white, great color to wear if you're mining.
I know, right? Like all of this is just like, are you serious? Like nothing about this is like feels like a frontier town. Come on, guys.
I mean, you know, as the foreman, he's not mining, right? That's not his job.
Yeah, but you
So,
still want to look like you were late to your workers.
do you though in Holland?
He would.
Yeah, but he's working for Holland now, and this is what Holland wants.
I know, but Barnett's decoration style was a lot better than this.
Holland makes all of their own Holland makes all of their money in bleach.
Seriously, it's just like white.
Yep.
White.
Yeah, but see, Barnett is a highly trusted, high-paid executive who can do whatever the heck he wants in his office. Alistair Warner is the foreman of a mining town. He's like middle management at best. He's got a
Doesn't mean they have to
cubicle and
make it
he's
look like
allowed to
it's a
put stuff
mental
up on the
hospital.
walls.
That doesn't mean they have to make the place look like a mental hospital.
They don't. That is their aesthetic. That is what they've chosen. Clean white. They are, that cliche sci-fi future company.
Ugh.
The ones that always do good by the people.
Oh, yeah.
So
Cerberus.
Yeah, you walk in, you see that he's working.
Yeah. By the way, how many days has it been? It's been like what, maybe a week, maybe like 3 days.
It's
Not
only
even.
been
It
about
says like
3
a day and a
days.
half.
Okay.
At most, it's like 2.5 days almost, right? So like, not a whole lot.
Okay.
That is sort of why everything's kind of like in the state of disassembly. But they rush jobbed his office real fast.
Yeah. Okay. Because 3 days is. Yeah. Um. So Al walking in, realizing that he's not looking up yet, just says, "I guess we're back sooner than I anticipated. Maybe you too."
He kind of pauses to look at you, and he sort of does like this resigned sigh, and he's just like, "So which thing are you here for?"
Al narrows his eyes a little bit and goes, "What thing do you think I'm here for?" Not trying to ask it in like a mean way, but asking it more of an inquisitive way, like, what else is there?
Kind of looks at you and goes, "Security in the city, security of the mine. There's the negotiations." Kind of trails off and goes, "I mean, based on what you guys seem good at, I'm guessing it's one of those three."
Al nods and goes, "Yep, the negotiations for the most part. Still might check into the security thing, but wanted to visit you first and see what you know about what's going on, because we've only been given the short version."
He kind of looks at you and goes, "Well, you'll probably want to talk to the corporate liaison." You remember Cunningham's office? Well, it's not his office
There's
anymore.
right. So he says that to me in character.
Yes.
Okay. Al takes a couple steps closer to the desk and kind of leans in and goes, "Yeah, I'm gonna go there next, but I'd like to know what you think about what's happening."
He kind of looks at you and goes, "Well, they're better organized than the mining guild was."
And is that? I mean, it's only been 3 days, but is that good for you? Is that bad for you?
Kind of shrugs and goes, "We're mining and I'm running the office. Basically the same for me."
Al does that thing where he nods and kind of, shrugs a little bit and goes, "Fair enough. Well, just so you know, we're in town and we've got our own thing to deal with, but uh, you can always reach out to me if you have anything that comes up weird or if you notice anything odd going on. I don't mind taking a side step every now and then. Help out."
Sure, I'll keep you in mind, I guess.
Al nods and says, "All right, well, like I said, we're in town and I'll catch you later." Before leaving, Al wants to look around and gauge Alistair as well as the room to kind of maybe see if there's anything that he's not letting on about, because he seems like he doesn't really care, and maybe things are going okay, so he's just rolling with it. But he's trying to get a better read on him. So I'd like to do a read a situation to try to see if there's any sign that things maybe aren't going the way that Alistair wants.
Okay.
I know that he said, yeah, it seems fine, but I would just want to read a situation, read the room, and see if I notice anything
Sure.
out of place, because this all looks almost too well put together. But maybe he's really just that simple of a person. So
So nothing seems really out of usual in the room, right? Like it does sort of seem like it's the Holland version of what he had ranged his office into.
right,
Um, as for him, he's genuinely thrown himself into work. He does seem a little bit more stressed than he was, in the sense that like he's kind of focusing a little bit more on his work versus when you last saw the dude doing work. But like, town just got sold, and they're in the middle of like corporatizing the town, right? So like, undoubtedly, this is a lot more work than the dude originally signed up for. So you're not sure if like the stress is necessarily, you know, a fear of safety or anything so much as, man, this is a lot more work than he initially signed up for, but like he doesn't seem like he's concerned, it's just like focusing real hard on what he's doing.
okay. I figured there probably wasn't much more to go, but at the same time, like to keep tabs. So
Sure.
I was gonna walk back down um, and meet up with the rest of the group before proceeding. Are they still hanging out on the tanker, walking around?
No, what are you guys doing?
Romy's definitely walking around, just kind of getting into stuff, I think.
Uh, that's
Like,
are you causing trouble? Are you stealing people's hats again?
I don't know that she's causing trouble, but she might be looking around to see what she can do later in case she does get into trouble.
Okay, keeping a tab on whose hats you can take. Gotcha.
Yeah, she's checking all the clotheslines.
Okay, how about everybody else? What's Harker? cat do it.
Harker would have gotten off the transport and kind of hung by the transport to kind of just like look around and get a read of the town or people who are wandering by in the street to read a situation.
I mean, you do roll if you'd like, but for the most part, it looks very similar to what you last saw in the town the first time. There's a few more people in like proper mining attire walking around. There's a couple of Holland employees that you see sort of interacting. They're settled in almost. And you do, while you're waiting, see a few people come from the direction of the mine, and a couple people leaving in the direction. So they are doing proper shift rotations. None of them seem especially like dirty, so it looks like they're still establishing like the reconstruction of like the offices, like the infrastructure of the mine, rather than necessarily actively mining, right? Like they're not at that point yet.
He would sort of lean into Kat and be like, "So what are we here for again?"
She would just be like, apparently, the mining guild is taking an interest in the town they abandoned because now it has a mine again, and they think that means it should be in the guild, even though they are fighting against the government.
And he would say, he would ask, "And what do we know about this mining guild?"
They pretty much declared war on the government.
He would say, "Yes, but what do we know about their forces, their equipment, their resources, their numbers?"
We don't really know any of that stuff. I know when I hacked into their office, it was really run down and kind of sparse, and the corporations have been essentially cheating them for God knows how long. But clearly they felt confident of something if they were actually willing to have towns, secede and to actually defy the government. So who knows?
He would kind of sigh and say, "So, we don't really know anything about them."
Right, pretty much.
At that point, he would nod and then head out to use his charm as much as he can to chat people up and ask them about the mining guild. You know, if they were around when because the town used to be part of the mining guild.
Yes. When the mine was
So
still operational, they were part of the mining guild. It was the mining guild that actually shut the mine down, basically.
so yeah, so he would kind of see if he could chat people up and learn their take on the mining guild.
Give me a or something. Um, it is technically. It's technically a word on the street. I'll let you use charm.
Ah, he's so charming.
That's okay. Not that's
It's not great.
no.
He's
You offend some
neutral.
people as a consequence of your attempt to charm them. Uh, Personal standing in town a little bit. You kind of get a reputation as sort of being the guy that pries and won't shut up.
Oh, he can join Romy.
Yep.
No, no one's as bad as
Let's
Romy.
stick together.
Not yet, anyway.
Alone at the bar.
The information that you do get, that far and wide, the general opinion is that the mining guild can go stuff it. There are a few people who kind of remember that, for all its faults, the mining guild did generally treat people well and fairly, and that they suspect that the town sort of put itself in the position that it did when the mining guild shut down the mine. But that opinion is few and far between. General consensus is largely that, like, oh, it's the mining guild's fault that we suffered. Oh, it's the mining guild's fault. Fuck those guys. You know, they ruined the town. Blah blah blah. And for the most part, the people in the town actually think Holland is here to help them, and genuinely feel that, like, they're the good guys in this story. Like,
Could
oh,
he?
Holland is, brought back the mine. They're gonna revitalize
Yeah.
the town. Our lives are gonna get better. It's gonna be like it used to be.
Could I do a read a situation roll about, like, while he's sort of chatting people up about opinions about their mining guilds, if he notices anyone reacting in like a suspicious way,
Um,
like in the background overhearing the conversation? Like if anyone seems to be like they're from the miners guild, or kind of reacting or trying to listen in on the conversations.
sure. Yeah, give me a. I'll take a read.
Rolls are great tonight.
So you survey. You do notice a few odd looks here and there. It's just you just keep talking about the miners. You can't really tell who it is specifically in the context of, like, their affiliation is, but you do notice that, like, the more you sit there and you walk around town asking about the mining company, the mining guild, um, the more people start to distance themselves from you. You are attracting attention in the worst kind of way.
That's what he's good at doing.
It's almost like he's done that before. What?
Yep. I think that's kind of like just what he's doing. At this point, if I roll again, I'm gonna get kicked out of town. So
I'm not saying that's not a potential outcome, but, like, it's not a likely one. Not like you're Romy or anything.
So I think at this point, has everyone had their roam about? I think so. Yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
Kat's mostly just been hanging around the truck, but, like, is that what she's gonna do?
Yes.
Okay.
Romy comes back to the truck in her
New hat.
whatchamacallit. Yeah, she does have a new hat, but it's on her drone, and it's an oversized official mining hat, and it's like bouncing into stuff because it can't see where it's going.
Al heads back to the truck initially just because that was where everyone else was, assuming no one will be there, but seeing the two there, he waves, approaches, and stares at the drone, just shakes his head, looks back, Cat and Romy goes, so we may want to head over to our former government official's office because the new government official is there and they'll have more details. Where's Harker? That's Al asking. Because it's just Cat and Romy at the truck, right?
Yep.
Is Romy at the truck again?
Yes.
Yeah,
Just,
Remy's
just
back.
showed up with the
Oh.
drone and the hat.
Like, Cass just kind of shrugs because she is not keeping a leash on Harker, so she doesn't know where he went.
Like, what do I look like? His keeper? It's like, kinda.
Like, actually, the entire team.
Romy probably mentioned seeing him making a ham-fisted attempt at getting information on her way back.
It's like, I know a thing or two about ham-fisted attempts, and I tell you,
Like, Cat would just kind of like look at Romy and was like, did he throw a glass and break it for no freaking reason?
I dropped that glass on accident.
She's like, I'm gonna drop my fist on your head on accident.
like, now you're getting me.
Al sees that Romy is there and figures it can't be all that bad if only one of them is missing.
Remember the blade call incident? It's like, oh,
yeah.
Harker's making friends across the planet.
Al's eyes glaze over and he goes into a 1,000-yard stare and then just
like, oh no, wait a second.
it's like, all right, I mean, you can come with
mean-
me if you want, but we should probably figure out where he's wandered off to.
To be fair, is there any equivalent to the Blade Cult incident?
Not yet.
No, like, who is he gonna piss off that is equivalent to the Blade Cult incident? Like, having
Holland
Misaki actually,
Industrial?
like, show up. No, because, like, even if, like, the leader of Holland Industrial's troops showed up, like, it'd be like, yeah, we're screwed because of the troops. Not, like, the leader showing up in front of you who is basically a walking legend and scares the hell out of you, right? Like, there's not that equivalent.
That you know of.
We didn't hear any sonic booms, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, it's like it's just like I don't know that there's going to be quite the equivalent of being like, this is the freaking leader of the mercenary guild that like spans the universe, and he's just literally right in front of us, and he knows who you are. Like, that's whole new levels of terrifying.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, just real good at their job, and they like what they do. And what they do is being very aware of what's going on with their organization. And you've crossed him. Oh no. But yeah, so yeah, who's gonna take a trek down to the government liaison's office?
I mean, I know I'm going.
Romy's thrilled to go.
Cat's staying at the damn truck.
Harker's busy getting himself a sandwich.
Okay.
Oh, speaking of which, like we have like some street vendors and all that stuff. Like, does it seem like there's less of like that independent, like, market stuff going on now that
No.
Holland's in town? Okay, so
More or less
that
the
doesn't
town's the
seem
same.
to be okay.
It,
Well, it
like
has
I
only been
s-
3 days,
Like
but
I said, the town seems mostly unchanged.
gotcha. All right, so we'll stroll on down to the office. Where Harker's getting the sandwich, is it between where we are at the truck, or we were at the truck, and the office?
Yes, it is.
Hopefully it's the worm place again. They had good sandwiches.
Yeah, presumably it's the same little like bodega style shop that you went to last time. It was not specified, so that's a known unknown. So there you go. That's where you are.
Yeah. So
Are you
I
gonna
would stop.
in.
I would stop and just wait for ask if Harker wants to come. The more the merrier, I guess, right?
In theory.
More
Yeah,
people get
I mean, if he's
associated with
fine
Romy.
If
I'm
he's
really
fine
just
out,
asking
he's
Harker to come along for help holding back Romy in case anything happens. Let's be fair.
That didn't work last time.
It did not.
No, it didn't.
No, well, Harker was not aware. He was.
Hey, Remy's been good.
Only been a day.
Yeah, if Harker saw Al, he'd be, like, give him a what's up nod and then bring his sandwich with him.
She might have thrown a dart at Be Good today.
Is Be Good
there's a
even on the
dartboard?
dartboard?
It's the double bullseye. It's a rare day. But yeah, so we all heading in then, except for Kat.
Yeah, seems like it. So, as you approach the government liaison's office, there's a couple of things that become immediate. One, the facade of the building has been completely redone. Like the glass and all that stuff is the same. The structure physically is the same, but like they've sort of given the exterior like a redo. It's a big, like future tech looking building, like it's like clean metal and glass. And there's a big Holland Industrial Logistics logo on it. It is not subtle at all like the one in the other office. Like it just says Holland Industrial Logistics like in huge, like obvious letterboard on it. It is actually to the point where you kind of think to yourself, wait, why didn't I see that before? Like it is
Wasn't
not subtle.
there?
It is not subtle at all. And two, there are two guys in front of the door, by the way, are very armed, looking at each other very unhappily. One is very clearly in like military BDUs and Holland colors. Very clearly like a ground group. Not even security, like he is straight up like the equivalent of like a corporate military. And he is glaring at a dude who is also like well armed in sort of like a beaten, like worn out looking mining jumpsuit. And you can sort of spot like worn out on the back. You can see it once said Wayfarm Mining Guild on it.
Romy marches up and flashes her ID at him.
They don't even look at you, they're more concerned about like what the other guy is doing. And like as you get near them, the door does automatically open for you.
Harker definitely stays back because he doesn't really feel like getting shot. And he's very happy he brought a sandwich because now he has something to eat while he watches the show.
I guess since the door opened, she's gonna hold her ID as she slides between the two men and hold it up to the face of the guy with the gun as she slides through and goes into the building.
Al is being put into a very tricky spot because he doesn't want to leave this situation, but also Romy is alone inside the government office.
Which
So
one is
he
more
is going-
dangerous?
Al flashes a look at Harker and like kind of side eyes the two men, like like, hey, keep an eye on these two. I'm gonna go look after the wild ferret that's on our party, and he excuses himself very quietly and walks around the men and into the government building, if they'll
Okay.
let him through.
I mean, you go in there, like I said, they're more concerned about what the other person is doing than necessarily stopping people from coming and going from the building.
Gotcha.
Harker kind of gives him a little like half salute, and because his mouth is full of sandwich.
Is Harker like finding like a crate on the side of the road to sit and watch?
Yep.
So as the two of you walk into what was the government liaison's office, there's a couple of things. One, you're greeted by like not quite elevator music, but sort of like generic reception music. It wasn't there
Gosh,
before.
Kat is glad she's not there.
Two, there's a lot of dudes with guns inside.
Well, Romy, it was nice knowing you.
There's just
Can
like
I?
there's like 3 or 4 like Holland security guys on one side of the building, and like 3 or 4 guys in like minor like uniforms with like various sort of like cobbled together military equipment on the other, and like they're sitting. Their guns are not like pointed at each other, but you can see neither side's super happy with the other being in the building, and like all you can hear over the music is just like the faint muffled yelling from an office.
Can I use my data plating to patch cat into the music?
I mean, I'd assume that she just wouldn't turn her comm on.
Oh, well, damn. But you might want to overhear what's going on.
I mean, the
Yeah, that's
second
why
that
she has the comms open to Al and Harker, but not to freaking Romy.
Is the office like closed? Is it that one with
so there's a
the
couple of things.
frosted glass?
The NHP that you saw replaced. It's a very friendly looking Holland representative.
Oh, she would have gone over to him or her right away with her ID out.
And when you go, you're just sort of given a canned response that the specific name that you're given you don't recognize is Charlie Mason. But you're just sort of given that the canned response that Charlie Mason's currently in a meeting, as you hear like yelling in the background.
Al is silently opening comms to Kat, but also patching through a visual feed to her through his augmented eye, which we established was a thing in session 1. If you'll allow me the pleasure of doing so, in case she wanted to see what was going on in there.
Yeah, she would have let him tap that into like her tablet that she has.
Yeah.
It's a very nice, polite, like nondescript looking woman, sort of like just on the edge of Uncanny Valley. It's like it's very clearly obvious that she's not a person, but almost looks too real to be comfortable.
Mm.
And she just very politely smiling, like nothing is going on, as the armed forces continue to stare at each other, and you can just hear like 2 people screaming at each other in a room.
Romy attempts to assure her that he's expecting her and he would like to see her, no matter what's going on.
And again, you're just given the same canned response. Charlie Mason is currently in a meeting. Please wait to be seated.
So these are definitely more representatives from A, Holland, and B, Mining Guild. Yes? Or at least that's what it looks like.
So the people who are sitting and glaring at each other, the Holland guys are definitely like military security forces. So it's very clear that both sides brought like a security force with them. And so they were just politely asked to wait outside.
Okay, so Romy's gonna go sit with the miners, the mining guild people, and glare with them.
Okay.
And she's gonna turn to the guy next to her and say, "Those guys, huh? What a bunch of bastards."
The guy kind of looks and goes, "The fuck are you?"
Al looks like he desperately wants to leave, but also knows that if he does, it could be 10 times worse. So he is just waiting in the wings, carefully watching Romy, trying to figure out what is going to happen next.
She just gestures at her drone with the mining helmet on it.
Kind of
It-
stares at you and looks at your drone. It just looks real confused. Just like, what? And then just like shakes his head and like turns his attention back to like what he was doing, which is mostly just like making threatening looks at the other guys.
She's gonna yell at him and the guys across from him and call them a bunch of dirty scabs.
You do rile up the miners a bit, and like they sort of like agree, and there's some expletives and things shouted out, and you've basically just succeeded in making the situation kind of worse.
What? Romy? Making
She
the
has a
situation
plan.
worse?
She's kind of at a loss from that point, so she's gonna just glare some more.
Al looks at Romy and just walks up slowly, mind you, to her, and says, "Is this the hill you're dying on today?"
She stops glaring and just gives him a big grin, and then she goes back to glaring some more,
I mean,
clearly
that's
enjoying herself.
one way to do that, I guess.
After listening to some of the stuff that Romy said and seeing what the reaction was, Al realizes that this might actually be an okay daycare for the next couple minutes at least for Romy, and walks back outside to check on the situation. Still broadcasting.
Romy just kind of claps her hands in delight as she sees him walk out the door and leave her by herself.
Yeah, so for the most part, those two guys are still just glaring at each other. The security guy very clearly wants to do something. Like, he looks ready to go, right? Like, you can very clearly tell when someone's just like barely restraining themselves from doing something, and that dude is that 100%.
Right. He's like, give me a reason.
Yeah. But to his credit, like, it's very clear he was ordered not to do something unless expressly given reason. So, like,
Right.
since the other dude isn't actively engaging, you know, he's holding back, is what you would describe that as. Like, he's ready to just, like, start a war with this guy. But isn't. And it does occur to you that if the situation between these two guys is any indicator, the fact that Romy, like, egged on the mining guild inside is probably more volatile than initially thought.
So, much like in The Simpsons, when Abraham Simpson walks into a restaurant and sees Bart as the host, Al walks outside, looks, sees Harker's still there, turns around, immediately walks back inside, hoping to catch Romy in the act.
I don't
He's
know, what
just
did
sitting
Romy do in the last, like, 10 seconds?
She squinted her eyes a little harder in her glaring, and she's leaning forward now.
How's the yelling situation? Is it still yelling? Is there
Oh,
worse yelling?
so it got really loud to the point where you can make out some of what's being yelled.
Okay.
You don't get the whole conversation, but the gist of what you get basically is a lot of expletives, some direction toward Holland for being sort of lapdogs of the government, no good dirty cowards, sabotage is thrown out a couple times.
Oops.
You do hear the term murderer a lot. But this is like, by the way, like you don't hear a whole conversation, but like this is maybe like 30 seconds of yelling. Like this is just straight screaming now at this point. Um, and eventually you hear a loud like resonant cracking bang as the door to the office is literally shoved open so hard that it swings like to the point where like it cracks against the hinges with the force that it's been like thrown open.
Al
And
braces himself a little bit and looks around the room when this happens.
you see a very large man, probably give A.M. Warner a run for his money, stomping out of the office. And like as he barrels past you, you can see he's got a mining guild uniform on. You see it says foreman on the back. And the dude just like stomps out of the room without a word, and like the other military guys, the Holland guys, like they tense up a bit. Like they're armed. This dude is not, but they're like visibly afraid of him as he stomps out of the office.
Okay.
Like they're paranoid about him like doing something as he stomps out, but he doesn't. And like after a couple seconds, the mining guild guys like pick up their guns, like not to arm it, like they kind of like pick them up and sling them over their shoulder, like on the strap, and they pile out
Right.
of the office.
Romy jumps up and piles out with them, muttering about those no good dirty lap dogs the whole time to whoever will listen to her.
As Romeo is walking past Al to leave with the rest of the mining guild, he does make an attempt to hold her fast and keep her in the office. Is there going to be resistance?
Yeah, she's definitely going to try to duck that.
Christ. Okay. Take control. Yeah, okay,
Oh,
you're gone. Yep. Bye.
Hold on.
No, this is a contested.
I have to roll.
Well, we might roll.
Not good, but better than mine. Romeo is gone.
I'm with the mining guild.
As this
basic-
happens,
At
as
this
this happens,
point, Kat has
on.
put down the tablet and she's painting her nails because she's just like, nope.
She's basically just
Parker,
parroting
like-
little bits of things that she hears from the surrounding group to try to make herself fit in.
Gotcha. Ugh.
Is Harker listening to any of this?
Oh, he probably is. You probably see everyone barreling out of the office.
With
including
Romy and
Yeah, they were not quite so loud that like Harker would have heard them through the building.
Unless you were hearing it through Al's comms. I don't know if he was broadcasting to Haka too.
It was. I mean, the visual was probably just to you, but the audio was open to Harker as well. Because
Yeah.
I wanted Harker to focus on the outside situation, anyways. If it escalated.
I mean, it came real close to escalating. That's true.
What happens with the two guys when they all barrel out?
So the mining guild guy sort of falls in step with the rest of the other guys. And the security force guy, he seems like he just stays there. Like guarding the door now.
And Romeo's long gone, just continuing to follow the Miners Guild.
I don't know.
They don't
Romo,
notice.
What are you doing?
They don't notice a hanger-on.
She's just trying to fit in, following the group.
I was gonna ask if Al tried to get Harker to grab her.
I think she probably took the helmet from the drone and put it on her own head to fit in a little better.
I mean, it is
After failing to grab Romeo the first time, I think Al was just like, you know what? Let her leave.
Harker kind of gives her a weird look, but just keeps sitting on its crate eating a sandwich.
She waves and gives him a big smile, then she gets all serious again and starts muttering about scabs and all the other rotten stuff she's hearing about these people.
I'm gonna rephrase my question. The miners are okay with this? They're just like, yeah, okay, she's with us.
They seem like they have other things that they're worried about, that they're not terribly concerned as they
About a
leave the
little
building.
lunatic.
It seems like the guy who like left, they're more concerned about where he's going, what he's doing for the moment. And they kind of just head down the street. Like, they don't head for any of the buildings. They don't go for the bar. Like, they just storm off. Presumably, Romy continues to follow them.
Yep.
She's
She's making small talk with the guy next to her now, asking if he saw the game last night.
Your notes account for this one. Game master.
Well, there's always an encounter for everything. Yeah.
She tells him it
When
was
you
a ludicrous display.
start actively talking to the guy, kind of stops and looks at you. This is a different guy than the first guy you talked to. He's like, "Fuck are you?" But like, this time when he says that, all of the other guys stop and look. The foreman guy keeps going, 'cause like, it's not his problem. But the guy you talk to, another guy, kind of like completely stop as the other guy sort of like hesitate a moment and then follow the foreman away. Two other guys kind of stop, stare at you, and go, "What are you doing?"
She tells him, "I'm here with the foreman."
Oh God.
Both of them looking at you, go, "Get the hell out of here."
No, I'm here to support you guys.
They look at you and go, "We don't need your support."
You're really gonna give up support of someone who's this well known in this vicinity?
Oh God.
They look at you and go,
The entire town knows me.
they look at you and go, "If you were that important, they wouldn't let you in the office then, wouldn't they?"
What does that even mean?
They kind of just stare at you and go, "Get out of here."
Hey, this is a free street.
Is it?
Is
I don't know. She's gonna march off and keep following the foreman.
You try to march past them, and both of them sort of like fall into place in front of you.
And she sidesteps.
And they also sidestep.
And she sidesteps again.
Both of them step back and level their weapons at you.
Is this like within Harker's line of sight?
Probably yes. If Harker was paying attention to where Romy was going, yes. Harker sees the two guys step back and like draw their weapons.
Al is blissfully inside.
She puts her hands in the air, but then sends her drone speeding off after the foreman.
The one guy with his weapon drawn at you sort of reaches up his collar and like flips it up and basically just says, "Behind you." And you sort of hear and then see a flash of like energy weapon discharge. And if you're getting reports back from your drone as it's flying, you're not anymore.
Oh, I should have left the helmet on it. Crap. Well, now they have to let me pass to go get what remains of my drone.
No, they don't.
They should. Their little leader person is getting away. They're gonna get lost from the group.
So at this point, can Harker sort of like walk briskly up and attempt to put his arm around Romy's shoulders?
You can certainly attempt to. I don't know what Roma's going to do about that, but you can
That's why I
always
said
attempt anything.
I guess he turns to Harker and says, "Hey, tell him that we're with the foreman."
Harker looks at the two guys and with, with their weapons leveled at them and offers them sort of a grin and says, "My apologies. Never quite been the same since that last worm attack."
They kind of stare at you, like waiting for you to do something.
He attempts to guide Rumi back towards the government office, once again apologizing for his slightly kind of making like an insane gesture next to his ear.
Romy goes, but she does the little 2 fingers to the eye pointing at the guys with the guns.
Al is signing in at the desk. Blissfully inside.
Harker tells Rumi, "We'll get your drone later. It's okay."
Kat would have finally gradually walked down to the office. Now that
So-
she's seeing that like things have
Yeah, as you're
calmed
walking
down a little.
toward the office, you hear the unmistakable sound of a weapons discharge. You do see that like everyone in the streets kind of turns their head, but like because it's just the one shot, like they're a little unnerved, but they kind of continue about their business.
Uh,
But the mood has
do
obviously
like the
changed.
Holland does Holland security like not do anything?
So you can't see it. You're still a bit away, but like as Harker sort of drags Romy toward, the liaison building, and the guy in front, like you see his hand is on his weapon, but like because he saw the exchange and everything went down, he's just sort of eyeing the mining guys to see what they do. Doesn't move first.
I want to tell him that I want to lodge a complaint against the mining guys
Wait, no,
who
but
shot my drone.
does none of the security do anything about the other Holland security, like the ones that are supposed to be like on the streets and stuff that you
There are
mentioned
no
earlier?
other Holland security on the street. There are guys in mechs on the perimeter, but like in the town itself, there are no other visible security forces.
Gosh,
Can Romy go get her mech and catch up with the group?
No, because the
Yeah.
guys are still watching you with their weapons drawn.
Harker is attempting to keep a very firm grip as he guides her back to the government office.
Like, can they tell what direction the gunshot relatively came from? Like,
Romy can tell them they shot her drone.
You would say that they probably could if they were
wait,
so
did they shoot a
inclined.
drone?
Yes, they shot the drone.
Okay,
They shot the drone down, basically.
okay.
That's an attack. That's the declaration.
So whether or not security investigated, you can't tell, right? Like they're in mechs, so you don't know to the degree of what sort of scanning they have available to them. They were probably aware that there was gunfire, but if anything came of it, you can't tell from where you are. But you do see sort of like the mob pack of mining guys disappear into the distance. And as Romy is sort of dragged by Harker back into the building, you see the guys with their guns sort of like pause, kind of hesitate, and then lower their guns and go off to join the rest of like the mining guild.
Romy tries to trip one of them on the way by.
They don't walk by you. You've been pulled away from
Oh.
them.
Oh, those guys. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harker is like with his arms on her shoulders, pushing her ahead of him while he puts himself between her and them.
That's a bad decision, Harker.
As we pass by the person selling the coats and stuff, she digs her heels into the ground because she wants to talk to the
You
woman who does the worm
you don't
stuff.
see the worm coat lady.
Oh, Then she whines about
There's
not
not
seeing the
only
one
one
lady.
street in this town. You realize that, right?
Yeah, it's not a single street in this town.
You're just like trying to place everyone on the same street.
Winru. It's like Alaska.
This isn't the town in Alaska that's all inside of one building. Okay?
That'd be convenient. So yeah, Kat finally reaches the building, and she's kind of like lazily shaking her hands a bit because they're still drying from the fingernail polish.
By the time you make it to the building, the security guard who was at the door has sort of stepped away, and he's talking into a comm.
Is he gonna like bother her at all, or is she
No,
fine?
like
just
he's
going
not
on it?
paying attention at all whatsoever. As you walk by, you do seem to like pick up that she's giving an incident.
Rumi goes up to him to lodge a complaint.
You're presumably inside the building.
Yeah, you've been hauled inside. Nice try.
She can still go back outside to lodge a complaint.
I don't think Harker's gonna let her outside to lodge a complaint.
Are
Cash
we?
is gonna give the guy a polite nod as she walks up, and a flash of like teeth sort of grin, and just sit on in the building because she's not gonna harass the poor guy.
So Al is presumably at the desk after having checked in. Did he check in just himself, or what did
He checked in himself as well as Harker, and then when Romy came in, begrudgingly checked her in,
She
and
flashes her ID.
and now Kat as well is checked in as he sees her enter.
every time you go and update the AI, just sort of like acknowledges or change of not really reservation, but like change of appointment. Met with when an availability is present.
Like the door was broken though, right?
It was damaged.
Or was it just loud?
It wasn't like fully kicked off the hinges, but like the dude like slammed it open. It probably damaged the hinge of the door, but it did close.
Okay, so it's not like it's lodged open.
Right.
All right, so I look back at the team who's now all together and go, so what happened out there? Looking at
Not
specific, he after Romeo speaks, he looks at Harker and says, "So what happened out there?" I heard. Would I have heard the gunshot?
You would have heard a noise. It did cause the other security guys to look up, but like, I don't know if you wouldn't have, like, you personally would have necessarily associated it with gunfire.
Nothing to worry about.
Harker says, flashes a smile and just says, "We may be one drone short."
He'll be okay.
Al just shakes his head and goes, "As long as we're all behaving ourselves now, whatever, I guess." Looks at Kat and goes, "So what part of it caused you to come out here?" Exactly.
Answer,
She's
all
like-
of it.
She's like, "Well, my nails started to dry."
Al nods, looks back over and goes, "Well, we're waiting for the new guy, I guess, to become available." Do you see anything on your way here, besides the altercation outside, Kat?
Randomly, an aside to Seiji. This reminds me of, and I didn't mean, but remind me of Stola at the end of the campaign. Where all of them rush off to fight, and she finishes her tea. Because that's pretty much Kat's attitude right now.
So while you're having
Okay.
this conversation, and Al starts to inquire about like anything, you do get this sort of like soulless friendly chime, and the NHP goes, Douglas Howard will see you now. Or I'm sorry, not Douglas, Charlie Mason.
Yeah, holy
It's
crap!
like-
I was like, this guy's name changed.
Sorry, Charlie
Wait,
Mason.
is the second guy?
And
It's just
they're-
like a incorporated? Like what?
They
Charlie
replace
Mason.
people quick down here. That I guess the foreman killed that guy, and they flew somebody else in.
Yeah, but
Charlie
no
Mason.
revolving doors had hinges.
Charlie Mason will see you now.
All right, so Al just nods.
Romy marches into the office.
Al goes
I
to
mean, like,
cut
should we
Romy
be-
off. Sorry, go on.
Should we be worried that you're one letter off of a serial killer? With this dude?
Oh, Mason Manson.
Yeah.
Okay.
Charles Manson and like,
Also, hello Q. That's a very appropriate emote there, given this conversation.
Very, very long pause there.
he's just like, no. I think he took a moment to realize Manson and Mason. Okay. Like the
Parker
first
takes a second wrapped sandwich out of the sleeve of his duster and offers half of it to Romy.
Ooh. Okay, Romy backs out of the office.
Did Romy get
She
into the
did.
office and then just leave?
Well,
Started
she got
toward.
offered a sandwich.
Okay.
She's easy to bribe with
Yeah.
food.
So apparently we just need to carry peanuts or something and kind of drop them.
Piece of candy.
Parker makes a mental note of this. This worked.
I think Romy glares at Kat because she could hear her thinking the peanut comment.
Again, I can only think of Family Guy. And, ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy.
Um.
All right. So who
So-
enters first?
Cat would kind of gesture for Al to go ahead, and she'd follow behind him.
So, you step into
Go on.
the office, presumably Al first, and as you pull open the door, like, you hear it, like, audibly creak in protest.
Hmm.
The door is kind of fucked up. But it functions as a door still. For now. It ain't happy with, the whole ordeal that it went through. But as you step in the office, it is very different than what it was when it was Fraser Cunningham's office. Fraser Cunningham kept it very as is. Like he was a very minimalist guy. Everything was by the book. Oh, very, very Spartan changes. Charlie Mason is an interesting fella. His office is full of sports memorabilia.
Oh God.
Like there are baseballs, there are soccer balls, there are football. Like it is just like full of like old earth, like physical sport, like memorabilia. Charlie Mason himself, he looks to be sort of like in his mid-20s. Blonde hair, sort of like slicked back, dressed in a sharp suit. He's a sports bro at a corporate job. And he
And
flashes.
Cat's gonna back out at that.
He sort of.
Al immediately starts choking him. Not really, just
He sort of flashes you that like car salesman smile. The one that's like all teeth. And he sort of like tugs on his coat to like, his suit coat to just sort of like straighten itself up, and like he's in like a striped like dress shirt, got like a red tie on. It's like it's eye catching, right? Like it's designed to draw your attention to him. And immediately he puts his hand out with his fake teethy smile. And I am specifically saying teethy instead of toothy, because it is just teeth forward.
Well,
And he just
with
goes,
go on.
Charlie Mason, Holland Liaison. Pleasure to meet you.
Al, with as little hesitation as possible, because at this point he's doing it autonomously, reaches out his hand and shakes, gripping with force, but not enough to break the hand or really even hurt. Just to let him know that he's no weakling, although it wouldn't already be, by the Michael Berryman appearance. But he just goes, Al, also
So-
from Holland.
So, when you go to squeeze his hand, notice a change in his face, and you find yourself surprised that his grip far exceeds what you would have expected, and like he's making a point that it is, to the point where you're actually kind of like, huh, like the dude is actually way stronger than he looks. And
Serious.
he's not really intimidated by your unintentional show of force. In fact, he responds by escalating force.
Romy sticks her hand out and it's covered with mayonnaise and her mouth is full. And she just waits.
Oh no, like he's busy having a bro moment staring at Al while he
Yeah.
Are his
flexes.
eyes locked with mine?
And
Yes.
she's just standing there
Romance.
next to him.
He responds by looking you straight in the eye, still with his fake teeth smile, but the look in his eyes has changed. Like he's very purposefully exerting force now, making it known that that's what he's doing.
Do I play the game? Do I play the game, or do I let him think that I'm a baby man that he can take advantage of? Al holds on just for a little longer, than a normal handshake, only increasing force a little bit to see if he backs off or if he's going to try to escalate further.
Oh, he absolutely escalates further.
Al decides to take a route that he normally wouldn't, because technically they both work for the same company, and he would rather.
No, I'll kick his ass.
All right, so here's what Al does. Al side glances at Kat, because at this point they're basically like,
This is the longest, most
Yeah.
awkward handshake you've ever seen.
yes, but at this point he trusts her judgment. He glances over at her, knowing that, and he's gonna just because she knows
Yeah,
that it's a
she's gonna
longer
give
handshake than normal.
go ahead. She's gonna give
Okay.
a go ahead gesture because no, she knows Al came from a tough area, so she's just like, no, kick his ass.
A tough area. Yeah, that's one way of putting it.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess Al goes for it and just kind of lays in. I guess it's going to be a roll of some kind. What would you like me to add?
Oh no, it's not a roll.
It's all right. So Al goes full bore because he wants this handshake to be over with, but he's not going to back down.
So you notice that as you increase hand pressure, the dude continues to do so as well. Eventually, you do notice that he is trying to crush your hand. You are also doing the same, mind you, but it is not. So this dude doesn't look weak by any means, right? Decently sized guy. Like I said, he's like a sports bro. So he's pretty big, pretty strong. You are also a man of imposing size. As you're having this show of strength, it occurs to you mid grip, like as you're sort of like reaching the limits of like your physical applied strength, the dude that like smashed out of this office like maybe not even 3 minutes ago was a much bigger man than you. And the guy that you're having this show of strength with right now had no problem screaming back at this guy. This is a guy very strong.
Can Kat scan him for any electronic enhancements?
You absolutely can.
And Al will do his best to distract him
Uh,
with hand.
like there's not a roll you have to do. The dude is partially cybernetic.
So,
This is not a fair show of strength.
right.
He is absolutely 100% full cybernetic on that arm.
So, Kat's gonna casually break in after she's like kind of like watched this for a few moments and just be like, and Owl's is all real.
He kind of flashes his toothy grin and he goes,
Weird flex, but okay.
he flashes his toothy grin and he goes, you use everything you have, want to win.
And she's like, yeah, but if we were doing that, I could just hack into your arm and make it malfunction.
He
Remy
sort
rolls
of
her eyes at his comment.
he sort of like matches Al's strength on the shake. Very like obvious that like that's not the extent of like, you know, the augmentation. And he looks at Kat and he goes, I don't recall that being a skill set noted on your record, but I'll be sure to add it.
It's a skill set that Barnett knows about, so that's all that matters.
Sort of releases Al's hand, and he sort of
Al releases at the same time, thankful this is over.
sort of like adjusts his suit jacket again, coat. Goes, Barnett's files are not up to date then. I'll have to make a note of that.
And she's
Steps
gonna
over
look
to
at
his
him like
desk.
really like long for him. She's like, you really want to cause problems with him?
He steps at his desk as you say that, and he goes, he looks you square in the eye. He goes, yes, I do.
Good to know. That's all she can say.
Al hops in and goes, so anyways, my name is Al, and we're here about the Miners Guild and that whole situation, trying to deflect the conversation.
Down at his desk. And he goes, I know. Barnett sent me the. He kind of says it disdainfully. He goes, the mission report. You're not sure if he just doesn't like mission reports, he doesn't like Barnett, or he doesn't like that you're here. Could be all three. He seems displeased that someone has been sent to this town to deal with his problem. And he simply goes, yes, well, it's not much of a problem. They want the town back. I told them no.
Like, Kat's gonna sound a bit more appeasing at this point, not as snarky as usual. So she's like, well, you made the right call on that one. We are just here because we're the ones who negotiated the deal. And so we have a personal interest in making sure the town stays safe.
He kind of looks at you and quirks an eyebrow. And he goes, I wasn't aware that contracted employees took personal interests in corporate matters.
She's gonna kind of lean forward and look at him like straight in the eyes and just be like, Okay. You see, there are human beings outside these doors, and we met them when we were here last. We're interested in their safety. It's not about corporate.
He sort of flashes that all teeth grin at you. He goes, "Oh, of course. I certainly would never want any harm come to any of the people in this town or any of the Holland employees. That would be most unfortunate." And then he kind of pauses and goes, "That said, this is a corporate matter, and I'm surprised that you're so interested. Normally, you contract employees just do your job and then leave."
She's just gonna very flatly say, we're not normal.
He kind of snickers a bit and goes, "Yes, certainly not." He kind of, turns and
And then she's gonna catch that, and it was this or dealing with the blade cult, and we've already pissed off the blade cult.
at that actually. There's an audible like snicker. He goes, "Maybe they should have put you on court duty." And he goes to type up some things on his computer terminal. And like completely unprompted, he just goes, "The man you're looking for, his name is Douglas Howard. Field foreman representative that has come to town seeking to, as he puts it, reclaim what is his." I told him no. He had some colorful words to say in response to that, and we had a bit of a disagreement. I suspect he's not done. I suppose it's your job to make sure that he is."
Al pipes up and goes, "Is Douglas Howard the guy who just left here a couple minutes ago? The big fella?"
Yes.
Fuck.
Romy just
That's
tells Al that she likes Cunningham better than this guy.
audible enough for
Yep,
yeah.
straight out loud.
And Charlie Mason goes, "I imagine that you would, but I have a job and Cunningham doesn't."
What is that supposed to mean? And she's still eating her sandwich. She probably said that around a mouthful of food.
He goes, "Well, some of us are good at keeping our jobs."
Well, why are we here helping you protect your job right now, if that's the case?
He sort of gives you a look, and he goes, "Oh, if it was my call, this would already be dealt with. But Barnett thought it was better to handle it."
So it
You
sounds like you're working for someone else.
you sort of get the implication that like this guy, when he was gonna deal with it his way, that he absolutely would have dealt with this one way or another, and Barnett thought otherwise.
Probably because this guy's way is going to escalate the problem and cause murder and mayhem.
There's a good
Maybe.
probability that Barnett wanted to try to find a better solution than whatever Mason's.
Romy can't stand when people escalate stuff like that.
Al pipes up and goes, "So, just so that we don't try the same thing and fail ourselves, what was your solution?"
Looks at you and goes, "Well, if there's an obstacle, the obstacle."
Romy just rolls her eyes again.
Al looks at the door to his office and goes, "Looks like Douglas has the same mindset as you. Tried to remove your door."
Romy lets out a really audible laugh at that one.
He sort of looks at you and goes, Yes, that's the thing about objects. They break very easily, don't they?
Not ideas, though. And I guess that's why this is a job that they send in professionals for.
He kind of looks at you and goes, "Oh, that what you are, professionals." He kind of nods and goes, "Well, not the professionals I would have chosen, but Barnett's different."
In probably the weirdest act of defiance that you've ever seen Al do in a verbal manner, he goes, I guess that's why they didn't let you choose. But I guess we're going to go find Douglas now and talk to him and see what we can figure out, huh?
He flashes you
And he
that
walks out.
he flashes that toothy grin as you leave. He goes, "Well, good luck with that."
Rumi tosses her empty paper wrapper on his desk on the way out.
He doesn't give you a reaction to that whatsoever.
Then she
Didn't
does
go in
the two
didn't
fingers to the eye and point thing at him.
He's not even looking at you at this point. He's like on his desk, working on his
She
computer.
doesn't care. She does it as hard as she can so
Okay.
he can feel it.
Will leave the office once he's sure he's not leaving Romy alone.
And she tells the AI to make sure that he knows that she did it. Well, not AI, the little
Yeah.
person at the desk.
NHP looks a little confused on your thing. Your comment is basically, "I do not understand the nature of your inquiry."
Rumi's
So-
unimpressed.
That's fair.
So, okay. So just to recap, Al didn't technically see what happened outside. He assumed nothing good.
Yep.
So after they get outside, Al just goes, so I only saw him when he left the office. Did you guys see him outside? He says, looking mostly at Harker and Remy. You see where he went?
Harker kind of points in the direction he went, but then also heads in that direction to
Remy
look for
points,
the drone.
yeah, at the smoking drone lying in the middle of the street.
Al looks at Remy and goes, what? He wants to say, what did you do? But instead he says, Romy, what happened?
They just shot my innocent drone out of the air for no reason.
Al looks at Harker and says, what happened?
Well, Harker walked off to see if he could retrieve the drone if it was still there.
They threatened me with their guns.
No one's disturbed the smoldering remains of her drone.
Is
Is
it
there
like
any functionality left at all?
So you weren't really sure what they were using for weapons. But given the damage of what was done to the drone, they are using anti-mech weaponry. Like, they're not using anti-personnel weapons. They are armed to take out mechs.
Hey, I gathered us some intelligence. I guess at this point, Romy's gonna run up and catch up with Harker and go check out her drone.
So the damage
That is
to
a
your
Philip J. Fry moment.
so the damage to your small person-sized mech is significant. It got hit with like an anti-armor, like high-powered like energy weapon. There is not much left of what was your drone.
So it couldn't have read any data on where they went for her to try to extract.
Yeah, it is sort of slag at this point.
Well, she picks up the pieces of her drone, and she figures she has a project for the next couple weeks.
Yeah. If they had hit you with that, there would not be any of you left for someone to pick up.
I guess it's a good thing she's so charming.
Yes.
Right. So are we? This is actually good intelligence. I'm actually surprised. So I think the next move should be to try to figure out potentially where they headed off to. Any easy way to tell that,
Not from
or are
looking.
we gonna have to? No. No obvious tracks. Nothing like that.
I mean,
No big building
it's a
or
main
whatever.
street on the town, so people are constantly coming and going. So
We can ask people at stands and stuff if they
Talk
saw a
to
giant
people.
guy.
yeah, that's a thing you could do.
Is there anybody selling worm skin clothing nearby?
Probably you'd have to go find them.
Romy's gonna go look for that person.
Al heads in a line, kind of, tracking the the direction that the drone was from the door, and just looks for the nearest like crossroads, for the nearest cross street, and asks a nearby vendor if there is one. If they saw a large group of people from mining guild, and if so, where they went.
Give me a roll of some
Word on
sort.
the street.
Yeah, word on the street.
Yes, getting a lot of traction nowadays.
Yeah. Also, Romy finds someone that's selling you some Worm 2 socks.
Ooh.
It's
Worm socks?
yeah, they're tube socks. They're literally just
No.
someone took little tiny little foot-sized worms and just turned them into socks.
Oh.
I'm
She
not gonna
buys
lie,
a pair.
I would actually wear those. Like,
Oh.
She buys a
Those
pair for
feel
each
so
day of the week.
gross.
Oh, absolutely. They're a novelty item at best.
does it look like, so the opening has to be the mouth of the worm, right? So it looks like they're eating you? Yes?
Yes.
That's amazing.
That's
But the
absolutely 100%
feeling.
of what that is.
She buys one of
Yes.
each color. One of each color.
Ah, man. If this
And
blows up, we got to make that. That's merch right there.
she asks for information while she's buying them, hoping that the money helps kind of grease the wheels a
I
bit.
don't know. Do you have? Let's see what you got on your sheet.
I have
People here.
investigate or read a situation. Investigate would probably be best.
Investigate's probably the best. Yeah. All right. So you both succeed. They basically just, as far as the vendors in question that you guys have seen, right? Like, they can't see everything, but as far as they know, they just kept walking straight down the street out of town. So they didn't
Like,
turn into any side streets or anything. They just kept walking.
towards the mine?
No,
Out of town?
mine's the other way.
Okay.
Like, you came from the direction, you're walking away from the mine out of town.
Okay. I would ask around to ask, what's beyond town out there? What's in that direction?
They kind of look at you and go, I mean, same as anything else, really.
So,
Just wasteland.
nothing? Wasteland? No other town? No clubhouse, campground?
I mean, so
Abandoned camp.
You're relatively new to Wayfar, but you're not so new to realize that like towns are not close. Like
Right.
But
there's always there's sometimes, depending on the size of the town, there's like outskirt settlements and stuff, I would imagine, yeah?
not on Wayfar.
Hmm.
Not how things really work on Wayfar. Like, I'm not saying
Everything's way far apart.
it's not to say that like people don't put like temporary camps, but like settlements don't really crop up outside of like the safety of like a protected perimeter, right? Like, you'll have like bandit camps and things like that, or like, small like temporary camping shelters, but as like a general like settlement type thing, outposts and small towns don't happen. Like, everything built on Wayfar requires external infrastructure to support. So as a matter of just like necessity, population clusters are pre-planned.
Gotcha. All right. I look back at the group and I go, well, there's nothing out there. We could be in for a longer haul depending on where they went. Should we suit up and then maybe head out? Just in case?
I say we take the truck.
Can we even do that? We didn't drive it here though, right? Somebody else did?
Yes, there was a Holland driver basically.
I'm sure for a few tube socks he'd be willing to take us.
Al looks at the socks, and while he glares at Romy, he makes a mental note that he has to get a pair of those.
She offers him a pair because she sees the lust in his eyes for the tube socks. And she specifically bought enough for everybody.
He waits till nobody's looking and takes them. Anyways, I'm writing it down on my pilot gear sheet, by the way.
Okay.
So, anyways, I look at the rest of the team and go, do we want to try to see if the driver will drive out there, or do we just want to suit up, or what?
What'll look more suspicious to them, a truck or a bunch of mechs heading their way?
Are
I
you,
mean, the mechs are on the truck.
yeah, like if you're asking, your mechs are loaded onto the truck.
Yeah, we can pose as parts of the truck and blend in with it. Or not.
I mean, some of y'all might be able to, but there's a big problem, a size 3 problem.
Well, if you make yourself look boxy.
I guess that's not that hard. Just don't put me on my back. Turtle joke. Anyways, Al looks at Harker and Kat and goes, preferences?
Just kind of shrugs.
I mean, are they kind of standing at the edge of town?
Yeah. You'd have to basically walk back, get, the truck and everything.
Parker has a smart scope. Could he use that to try and spy where the miners might have gone? Or like which direction they headed?
Sure.
Says it has a 2-mile radius.
Yeah. So you don't get good details. You can guess like maybe. As a sort of like a thing, you all kind of see in the distance, a mass that doesn't natural, right? Your eyes aren't so good. Like Al's like slightly augmented vision doesn't quite make it out. But with the aid of the smart scope, you are sort of able to make out a faint shape. This is what you sort of see in the distance. As a point of reference, Al, your mech is a size 3. This thing
Yep.
is a size 4.
Yep. Yes, it is.
There are other mechs piled up around it, and it looks like this thing that they came in on is sort of like acting as sort of a mix of like the transport and the support for the other mechs. Using your smart scope, you can at least make out like this thing and like a bunch of orange mechs around it. They are like
Is that
bright
a gun?
safety orange. You don't know what it is. It looks awfully like a gun. Now, you could look into what it is. That's up to you. But that is sort of what you see off in the distance. You are assuming that they walked in that direction when they left.
Okay. Al zooms in as much as he can, snaps a picture of it, sends it over to Kat. He goes, I think Zeus might be our best option. Can you get a beat on whatever the heck that is?
She'd just be kind of like cursing again in check, but she'd be searching up for it in any database she can get her hand on.
It comes up real quick. Called a blast drill. It is a piece of mining equipment. It is sort of like the central point around which a mine is built. The thing on its back is in fact so you're not happy to hear that it is a blasting cannon that is actually a piece of repurposed military hardware for mining. It is, technically speaking, an artillery cannon that is fitted with like blasting rounds, like high velocity, high impact blasting rounds. The blast drill is what it's called. It is technically designed for sieging things, but when the Union sort of rebranded, right? Because as like the government changes, their focus changes. So the current Union government decided, oh well, this is a war weapon, we don't want that. But then they were also pragmatic to be like, yeah, but we have a bunch of these, what do we do with them? So they stripped them of like the military hardware, left the cannon, took the charges away, and replaced them with, quote, blasting charges, and sort of turned like a heavy siege artillery weapon into a mining equipment.
Joy.
So when they originally were designed, each independent unit was supposed to be like its own siege. You could build a siege around one of these. You could fit crew on it, they could live on it. Smaller mechs could dock onto it for service and transport. It has like a single small capacity mech bay on it. Obviously, bigger mechs wouldn't be able to field on it, but like you could transport smaller mechs in it. Depending on how you configured it. The general configuration for civilian purposes, they strip them down, and you fit the mining crew on the mech, right? So they can live on it. It's like a walking mining facility.
Okay.
So yeah,
I mean,
that's the thing.
Kat's just gonna like forward that information on to the rest because she's not even explaining all that. She's just like,
Yeah, it
This
does
looks- this-
sort of explain why the mine that you were in so very casually fit Al's mech in it.
I mean, I just thought that's because there was also a size 3 worm.
No, it's because all the mining is normally done with a size 4 mech. Like, the base chambers are blasted with the thing that basically just shells out a path, and then the mining crew comes in and they do like the branch mining off of the main chamber.
So should we go ask what's his cookies about any weaknesses this thing might have, just in case?
I don't know what's his cookies is, so that's a very open-ended
Charles
question.
Manson, you mean?
No, the foreman back in the
A.M.
God, I
Warner?
forgot his name. Yeah, Warner.
Yeah, let's check back in with Horner before we do anything else anyways. I think that's a healthy idea. See what he knows about Douglas and all that jazz. So, I mean, Al looks at Romy and goes, for once, part of what you said is a good idea. Let's go check back with Warner.
She beams really brightly.
So Al heads over there. Well, looks at the rest of the team first and goes, "Coming."
Harker nods and
Yep. Cat's
he's
just
kinda
gonna
like,
nod and like follow behind.
he's like,
She's
maybe
just
I'll
like
go off on my own.
Cat just genuinely feels like all of this sucks. So she is not enthusiastic about any of this.
Fair. So yeah, I guess we're gonna head over that way. I'm gonna, assuming there's nobody to stop us from going up, I'm going to make sure that Romy doesn't just burst into his office and knock again.
I mean, assuming anything, you knock on the door, and you sort of get Warner's expected, like, yeah, it's open, come in.
Is that going to be a new thing, assuming Romy isn't doing anything?
It's like modern Magic tournaments. Reaction.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll pop in. And go. Hi again. Just talk to Mason.
Romy pops in behind you this time.
Like Cat will kind of slip in, just kind of mutter the douchebag under her breath when he says Mason.
I mean, you know,
Um,
Warner kind of
Oh,
has.
she hates him.
Yeah.
Romy's in full agreement on that one.
Warner is kind of
So-
amused by the immediate response of everybody to the very idea of Mason. But yeah, so you say you spoke to him, he kind of looks at you like
Yep.
expecting you to, yeah.
So Al goes, so
Did you kill him? I don't know. Otherwise, why are you telling me this?
Al just says, so yeah, we talked to him, and I very briefly met Douglas from the mining guild. You met this guy, this large, imposing fellow?
He chuckles, goes, yeah, Howard wanted my job. He didn't get it. That where he's at now.
Al shakes head like he was there. Now he's out past the outskirts of town, and it looks like he's in a big mining mech. But is that with a whole bunch of other orange mechs around it? Are those your guys or are those his?
He kind of looks at you and goes, well, sounds like what you're talking about is a blast drill,
Yeah.
and it's probably got a support team on him. Kind of looks and goes, I mean, a mining guild, so yeah. Checks by me.
Yeah, but are they currently supposed to be working for the mine that you're helping to manage, or what? Like, does he actually work under you, or is he just like trying to work from the guild to take stuff back, or what's going on here?
I mean, he kind of looks at you and he's like, well, I mean, I imagine if they wanted to take the mine back, they were ready to start mining right away, so
Hmm.
surprised me that he brought his own gear. But I mean, they're mining mechs.
Cash is gonna pipe in with. He said he's taking back what was his.
Kind of chuckles and goes, yeah, that sounds like Howard. Don't know what he expects to do with a blast drill against he kind of makes a hand gesture, an actual security force.
How do we blow it up? Assuming we might need to or something.
He
Just
kind of looks
a
at
friend is
you.
asking.
He kind of looks at you and goes, well, I mean, mining mech. He kind of pauses and looks at you, realizing that that doesn't really mean a whole lot to you. He goes, well, by default, they're really meant to stay in, like, a cave-in.
I mean, it must have an exhaust port or something.
He kind of looks and he goes, "Well, you just shoot it."
There's no like glowing spot to shoot it in.
He kind of looks at you and goes, "The most dangerous thing that we normally run into, worm, and if it's just one worm, I mean," he kind of makes a gesture to like indicate like the top of the top of like a blaster and goes, you just shoot the worm. So they're not built for war.
Did Al like keep an image or send the image over to Kat? Like, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
So Kat's just gonna flip the tablet around and show him the image.
Kind of looks at it because keep in mind, like you're looking at it with a scope that has like a 2 mile like clear visibility range for something that was several miles out, right? Like
Yeah.
so like
Yeah.
it's not
Basically a silhouette.
it's not the best picture. And he goes, yeah, that's a blast drill.
But she's gonna like tap the top where they think the gun is.
Yeah, he goes, yeah, it's a blast cannon.
She's like, so how deadly is that?
He kind of looks and goes, well, I mean, if he was dumb enough to fire it on the town, kind of gestures like, yeah, that'd probably kill everybody in the town. But a dead town doesn't help you at all.
She's gonna cautiously, very carefully bring this up. Have you heard of what's happened to some of the other mining towns?
He looks at you and goes, yeah. And he goes,
Okay, and so
you think that
you're
he looks at you and goes, yeah, and you think they did that with a blast drill? Shakes his head and he goes, nah, that's too inefficient.
no, obviously, because no, like Eden took those towns out, but they the mining guild has declared war,
He
and you're considered an asset
looks
to everything that.
and he goes, yeah, but keep in mind, what like he sort of like leans in on his desk and he goes, I'm a foreman. He knows as well as I do that if he blows up this town, he has no support on the mine. Mine becomes useless.
Maybe he's going to do it just to basically tell anybody, hey, you try to start mining against us, and this is what we'll do to you. It could just be a show of force. He might not even want the mine.
He kind of shrugs.
We're here to
as
save
you
your
say that,
asset.
and like he kind of cuts you off and he goes, yeah, but if he was gonna do that, he'd just blow up the mine.
Kind of like, well, maybe he is.
He kind of looks at you and goes, yeah, I mean, I'd rather he didn't. We'd have to start again. He'd collapse the whole thing. We'd have to reinforce it. He kind of sighs and goes, it'd be a headache.
Can we pull some fuses or something to disable the cannon?
He goes, I mean, you'd have to get inside it.
Stealth mission.
Like, he's concerned in the sense that, like, he's not, ignoring the fact that there's a big mining mech. But, like, he seems fairly confident that, like, any damage would be an inconvenience rather than, like, a threat to his life. Right? Like, he seems pretty confident that like, if this blast drill comes for the mine, he has the time to just be like, abandon the mine, build it later. He does not seem to be taking the threat to the lives of the people in the town as a concern so much as the inconvenience of the town, right? He doesn't doubt that Holland could blow up the blast drill.
Okay, so let's just assume, just for fun, that you were in, say, the Horus class mech or something, and you were going up against this thing, and you wanted to take it out before it took you out personally, which would end your life. What would you do?
Kind of stares at you and is like, well, really, you just shoot it. Unless they rebuilt the mech, it's not designed for a prolonged combat. He kind of considers his options and goes, well, I mean, I guess the real threat would be if they rebuilt it. But it's not fast, so you just get up close and you just shoot it.
By rebuilt it, you mean they could have modified it in some way to
He kind
what?
of gestures at the tablet and goes, well, when they sold these off to the mining guild, they stripped off all the armor plating. So really all they are is like acid proof. And he kind of looks and goes, and I'm pretty sure you know why. And he sort of gestures at the overall structure and goes, well, they're big, they're stable. If the mine collapses on it, usually they just kind of get up and shrug it off. So assuming that they didn't, invest in plating, really you just kind of shoot it and the joints break.
And you're sure there's no like glowing reactor that opens up when they're about to shoot their weapon that we need to fire off at a specific time?
He looks at you like you're kind of crazy and goes, builds a weapon like that.
You'd be surprised.
Kind of just shakes his head
Al,
and goes, no.
Al just kind of pipes in there to maybe steer the conversation away and goes, listen, whatever benevolent God has been guiding our journey, if there is such a thing, I'm sure there's probably plating on that thing. So what's your backup plan? What if there is plating?
Kinda looks at you and goes, well, that's a little bit beyond my scope. Uh, maybe you might want to talk to somebody in the union about that. They built the original thing. I don't have the spec for that.
Someone local?
Kinda looks at you and goes, you think anyone from the union wants to live in this shithole? He kinda laughs and goes, I mean, he goes, well, you're the big corporate, you know, jockeys.
You got a comm number or somebody?
He goes, no, he looks at you and goes, well, you're the big corporate jockeys. Maybe someone in your corporation can help you.
Where's your Rolodex? You should have to have somebody in there.
He looks at you and he's just like, I don't know if you looked recently. This is a mining town.
I was going to give you some tube socks, but you've been less than helpful.
Al looks at him and goes, actually, you've been very helpful. Don't listen to this one. And Al just kind of glares at Remy for a second. Looks back and goes, thanks for the information.
He wouldn't even tell us where its secret hit spot was.
Al laughs like you do when you're trying to dislodge a bad situation and goes, aha, yeah. Listen, thanks for the information. And we'll let you get back to work. Unless anybody besides Remy has any other questions they want to ask. On a side note, as a player, I'm thoroughly enjoying Romy's interactions. I'm just playing Al as Al.
She's huffing off in the corner right now.
Parker doesn't have any questions. He's been listening closely.
Yeah, no, Cat's got nothing.
All right. So Al goes, thanks again. And yeah, see you later. And kind of just like puts a hand on Remy's shoulder and like kind of guides her out the door.
Remy shrugs it off and runs over to Kat and says, I like your nails.
Al keeps walking.
And then they just walk out.
Cat's just giving up on life right now. She's plotting in her head how she can just leave the planet.
Romy threw a bunch of darts this morning.
So-
Apparently, she's a little all over the place.
So
Yeah.
So Al is going to look for, unless there's something you wanted to do, benevolent GM, after we leave. Al's going to look for a quiet, out of the way area that we can kind of talk in private, all of us.
Nope, you can go find your quiet space.
Okay. So I'm going to look for a quiet space away from the truck, turn off our comms, and Al starts the conversation with, I mean, should I roll to see if I can find an adequate space, or are you okay with?
It's not hard for you to find a quiet space. D&D,
Okay.
you
Romy
don't need to
knows
roll
all
for
the
everything you
spots.
do.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, I don't know if you were like, going to try to find a way to screw us over later, because there's lots of technology everywhere.
Romy
So
has had to hide in this town a lot.
So Al just looks everyone and goes, and he looks around and makes sure that there's nobody within visual or, audio earshot, what have you, and goes, so, like, I know we were all about helping this guy before, but I don't think he really gives a shit about anybody else. Thoughts?
I mean, are the people in danger of this thing? It's not really about him. He seems to not care whether the people get hurt or not. So we probably need to be concerned about that.
What are we
Right.
talking about?
Warner, I thought.
Yeah.
Like, it's obvious that Warner cares about the people, though. He just doesn't think that the guy's gonna be that.
Didn't
much
he
of a-
basically just say he didn't care if everything got wiped out as long as
He doesn't
survived?
care as long as the mine got wiped out, because they would just have to rebuild.
Yeah, but presumably there's people in the mine currently working right now. So if they wipe out the mine, people still die.
I would like to put some context. So the blast drill, the big scary thing, right? You would have found this in the record. It is not fast. Like, you would have ample warning if the thing was headed toward town. As a point of reference, its movement speed in game terms is 1.
Okay.
It is slow as hell. So, like, if it decided it was going to march on the town, like,
It'd be a couple days.
you will know. So he's not terribly concerned, right? Like, they would see it coming long before it posed a threat.
Gotcha. So it's not necessarily that he's not concerned, just that,
Like,
well, not concerned for one reason, just not concerned for a different reason.
yeah, like, he's not wrong. Like,
So he's not being callous about it.
right, like,
no, he is from the start. He has always cared about the people.
right. It's
That's
just like
true.
he
Okay,
doesn't
good.
consider this an immediate threat. Like, yeah, because his whole thing isn't like, oh no, he won't destroy something. It's just like he's not dumb enough to attack the town because it would be
Just
real dumb to like march on the town, right? Like,
Mm.
like it would take so long for the thing to march on the town that like he's confident that like security forces would just annihilate it before it got to that point.
Gotcha. But I mean, when it comes to security forces, that's pretty much us, right? Or is there
No,
extra?
the town has like corporate security on it.
Okay.
Like as
We're
mentioned
just-
when you
We're
came
just the
in,
negotiators.
yeah, like your job is specifically prevent it from coming to combat.
To prevent it from coming to combat. Oh, that's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah, no one told us that we were supposed to prevent it.
No, I figured as much, but still. Okay. What time of day is it there right now?
It's sort of getting into evening.
Sort of getting into
Nighttime
evening.
stealth mission.
Yeah, like it is sort of like early evening. The sun is just sort of starting to set.
Do the worm tube socks add any stealth modifiers?
No, in fact,
They probably squeak.
in fact,
Squish.
the teeth which have been left in kind of rub against your skin in a way that's uncomfortable.
That's awful.
I just
Yeah.
wear them over normal socks for a little more comfort.
Like
I'm sure you have to break them in like cowboy boots,
they've been
honestly.
filed down, so like they're not going to pierce your flesh or anything, right? Like they are just kind of uncomfortable. They're novelty
I
socks.
hate you for inventing those.
Are we talking like knee high, thigh high?
No, they come a little bit above your ankle. They're like small little baby worms.
Oh,
So like barely enough for like an adequate sock puppet. I was hoping for at least mid calf.
No, they're just like little tiny like socks.
do they have like curly at the toes, so we can put bells on for Christmas?
I mean, they're literally just the worms shaped in the sock.
I'm sure the bells will add to the stealth. Anyways, that was really more just a fun tangent. But okay, so
Hate you all.
I'm hanging mine by the fireplace.
Sure, why not?
feed the worm for candle nights, everybody.
Jeez.
God, I've learned how to knit now in the next 2 months. Anyways, so how do we want to approach this? I don't think a head-on is going to be best, even with the firepower we have. I don't want to have another engagement, especially because it looks like there's a lot of them.
Romy just starts chanting stealth mission over and over.
Al says, do we infiltrate and observe, and maybe not infiltrate, but maybe do we try to sneak up on them unawares and listen in and see if we can catch wind of a plan of some kind?
He told us to get into the machine to disable it.
Right, but we don't necessarily have to do that yet.
I mean, that's not technically what he said. He said that if you were going
That's what Romy said. He said.
Okay.
Listen, first we have to get our grappling hook and get underneath it. It's a magnetic grappling hook. When we get up there, we take out our lightsaber, we cut off one of the panels, we have a grenade that we throw inside of it, and then we drop off and run away. Nope, just me? Okay.
Sounds like a plan.
So, do we want to try and go and, do a little reconnaissance tonight? Do we want to wait until tomorrow and try a diplomatic solution face to face? Or do we just beat the ever loving shit out of them, which I think is the worst idea for once? Guys?
2 words. Worm catsuit.
What?
All right, good night, everybody. That's the last thing I want to hear.
Yeah, no, okay, so we're done for tonight.
My ears are in hell.
What?
Anyways, actual thoughts?
I feel like those are his actual thoughts. I feel like Romy actually just says that. I feel like that's a thing that would have just happened.
Yeah, and Al said actual thoughts, looking at. My brain's so addled I can't remember my teammates' names. Captain Harker.
I mean, I feel like at this point during this conversation has just amplified Kat searching on the internet to figure out how she can escape this damn planet.
The plan was so dumb that your smart hacker doesn't even have a thought anymore.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like, oh my god, that was so stupid. I am actually now stupid.
Sucked all the smart out of the area.
Like, I literally cannot breathe now.
Like, that was so stupid. I'm now also stupid. What happened?
No, because if she was stupid, she'd be saying like, "That sounds like a good idea," and she's not saying that.
She's stupid, not suicidal. Different things.
Well, I mean, I think she's just kind of like first just gonna look at Romeo. I'm like, if you really want to do that, you can go try to do that. We're not gonna stop you.
Well, first,
Alex at Romy and goes, I will stop you.
I need to find a cat suit first.
Why? Why would you stop her?
Al thinks for a second. Goes, you know what? Technically, Romy, who do you work for again? Officially?
I don't even know anymore.
Romy hasn't been getting paid anymore, and she just didn't even notice.
I'm just here for fun right now.
So you fired him. No, we fixed the glitch.
Romy
Okay.
stole her mech, and she just kind of showed up one day, kind of like she tried to do with with the guys earlier, except it took that
So
time.
technically, Romy is teamed with you guys under Barnett, taking orders from Barnett. She did not sign a contract with Barnett. She has a general contractor license with Holland. So Holland's still paying the bill. She just is, for the time being, assigned to your team, not officially part of Barnett's team yet.
Okay.
I feel like at this point, Kat is sending off a quick email to Barnett. And the first point is, first of all, why do you hate us? And the second point is, and why are you letting someone be in charge of this town who hates you? And then that's all she's gonna say in it. And she's so she's just gonna go back to like the conversation, but she's totally sent those to him.
I mean, fair.
Yeah, no, she's just like, well, she's genuinely curious about the why someone who hates him is in charge of the town. Like someone who actually wants to screw him over is there, but the other one is more just like bitching. She's just like, you're making me go through this, so I'm going to send you a whining email.
Yeah, it's weird. It's like there's no history that makes Barnett want to punish you for anything ever.
You know what? We gave him a town. We gave him a town and we gave him cred with the freaking Blade Call. Like, come on. And we haven't
Right.
even demanded a raise. We haven't even like gone and bitched to him about a bad contract.
So are you saying that out of character or in character? Out of curiosity.
What?
Your whole rant just there.
Oh no. The 2 points were what she sent to him.
Okay.
The why do you hate this and why do you let someone run this town who hates you? Yeah, those are the points
Gotcha.
she sent to him.
I mean,
Gotcha.
they're fair questions. He's not going to answer either of those, honestly.
I know. He doesn't ever answer anything. So
Yeah, it's like he doesn't think he owes his employees anything. That's weird.
Weird. Super weird.
dangerous. Because, like, there's a point where Cass can be like, you know what? He hasn't responded. I think that's a go ahead.
I mean, you might.
She's like, I gave him the heads up. I have the proof. And he did not bother to respond.
I
So
would like
he
to
could
point
have
out,
stopped this.
anytime it was actually important to him and his interests, he has answered immediately.
Sort of. He made us go through the office.
Yeah, but like he gave you a response.
Oh, through the office. He sent like a letter to.
Yeah, it's weird that like when you go through the office you get responses, but when you personally email him he doesn't answer back. That's weird.
Yeah, I know. But she's not gonna stop. Like that's just. It's the annoying like pounding at his door thing.
Yeah. Wait, so
Because, like,
so you're the Romy in this situation?
in this particular situation with him, yes.
Okay. Okay, Romy 2.0.
Except I have not like barged into his office.
Yet.
And yet.
Okay, Romy 2.0.
Technically 1.0.
Yeah, I
Romy
was
beta?
first.
I was annoying first, thank you. Although, to be fair, it's justified.
Yeah, no, like it's Justin Barnett. Like what? This isn't like she's doing it to a random town that just existed. Like this is the dude that gave them all a kind of really bad deal, and they had to be blackmailed into accepting it to protect Al.
You could say that Al was the one who kind of screwed the pooch on this one. Let's be fair, but for a good cause. Let's not forget. Let's not forget the crux of our mission, which is screw over Holland in some way.
Is that the crux of our mission right now? Because like we have no good alternatives.
I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
there is, help the mining guild, but whatever.
The mining guild proved to be good guys.
Huh?
We don't know if the mining guild has been good guys.
They destroyed my.
No, we don't care about your drone.
Oh, such a cute drone.
I'm just saying we don't have any like proof that the mining guild is like.
Yeah, but we have absolute proof that Holland is not good.
They wouldn't even let me join.
I mean, all the organizations you run into have been kind of crummy. It's weird. It's like this planet's kind of crummy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get like insults when I say that I'm gonna leave.
I didn't insult you about wanting to leave. I mean, I'm pretty sure half of you wanted to leave at the start of the session before anything even happened.
X.
Al's like, I only came here because it was better than the other place. I don't like this place. Harker's just like, I just want to get another ship and leave.
I mean, true. Like, Kat was the only one who was happy here, and now she's not.
She's like, the more I know about this planet, the less happy I am.
Well, it's not even that. It's that, like, it just keeps getting worse. It's like there was, like, this level of just, like, status quo badness before.
It was
like,
a stable degree of crap. Now it is just, like, downward crap.
Yeah, now it's, like, literally overnight, there's a freaking fortress outside the wall type level of crap.
Yeah, that's weird. Like, it's almost like they were ready to build it or something.
Towns being destroyed, suddenly there's literally a cult that knows their names. It's like, this is not an improvement for her.
I mean, I feel like that last one is explicitly one person's fault.
Well, I mean, yes. But also no, because they did fight against, like, they did wipe out several groups of Blade Cult.
Yeah.
But, like, it's like they all drew attention.
Oh, 100%. It's just, now, there's a specific reason why one of your names...
So, okay, Kat's just gonna, like, kind of sigh. And, be like, I don't know how we figure out a diplomatic option for this. Like, literally, the Miners Guild is ready to start a war. The only thing I can figure is convincing them that this isn't worth it to bring Holland down on them right now, because only Eden cares about them right now, and Holland doesn't have an excuse to take them out because they're considered in the resources. They're considered second, they're considered like the Eden's responsibility. Well, Holland's supposed to be dealing with a Blade Cult.
Al looks at her and goes, yeah. So here's the deal. Here's my opinion. You can take it or what have you, but when I took this mission, I didn't take it to help Holland win the town back from the mining guild. I took it to help the mining guild. Because you saw what they did in the matter of days, weeks, what have you, since all the things that we've done to help Holland. And I get the feeling that Barnett is heavily invested in making this little pet project of his work. And if it doesn't work, then things don't go as well for him. Maybe he doesn't get fired, but maybe he doesn't get picked up for a promotion. Maybe he doesn't get that extra week of paid vacation. Granted, we would also be on his shit list. But we're not in exactly a great contract anyways. And there are other options. So,
Al,
thoughts?
if we help the mining guild, then we also have Holland and Eden against us. We are considered terrorists on this planet.
Sidebar here. Explain again how. Wait, so the mining guild is against the government?
Yes, they've started a war with Eden.
There's a civil revolt going on.
Oh, okay,
They
right.
literally have started a civil war, and they literally are having their towns try to like announce secession.
Yeah.
And
Right.
the Eden government is like, no, that's not going to happen. So the Eden government gave control to Holland. Like, correct me if I'm wrong about any of this. This is what I understand of the situation. The Eden government gave control to Holland to handle like the Blade cult because it's considered like it's not considered a planetary threat yet. It's a secondary like, security threat type thing.
Yes.
So that's why the Blade cult issues are like, that's why they're allowed to build in Manning's Cross to make a fortress and all that. But Eden itself, the government's army, is going against the mining guild.
Jeremy says terrorism's even a bit much for her, so she's not.
Like, it's not that like Kat doesn't sympathize with the mining guild. She's the one who sent the damn proof over, but she doesn't think it's a good idea to have both Holland and the government hunting them down. She's very much like, where she'd go, like, our only choice then would be to sign up with the actual Blade cult to have a chance to survive.
Or the whole lead the planet thing.
Yeah. Like, I don't want to screw over the Miners Guild. Like, I don't want to attack the Miners Guild right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because they are, like, this is her, like, she's actually saying like this. She's like, I don't want to take on the Mining Guild. They are having their war with Eden right now, and I don't know how that's going to go, but I don't have any grudge against them specifically, or even necessarily what they're trying to accomplish. But if we actually give anything that looks like we're sympathetic or assistance to them, we're going down fast. Like, unless you have ways to flee off this planet right now, we are going to be killed. And then when the device brings us back, probably killed again. Or maybe it just kept alive in a horrific situation.
Al sits down on the ground and contemplates everything and goes, all right, what do you think we should do?
She's like, I don't know, because my plans lately have not been working out. I did not intend to sell a town to freaking Holland. I did not intend for Holland to get an agreement to build a fortress. Like,
I mean, that one was a little out of your control anyway.
yeah, no, but like it's because they handled the freaking Blade Code and got them like the reputation. So like they were partly to blame for that.
Yeah, but you weren't gonna let the Blade Cult like run around
Yeah,
and murder
exactly.
people.
Right.
So
But
like,
it's just like
yeah,
this, like the road to hell is paved with good intentions is essentially the theme of this.
yeah, a little bit.
We are definitely using jet engines on that road.
I
So
think
Al,
Kat
sorry.
is gonna talk bluntly. She's like, the issue I see is I've been doing a lot of looking into potential alternatives for how things might play down later on this road. And she's like, and the reality is the Union has not been preventing corporations from buying planets. They're just, that's just a thing that's being regularly done. And she's like, I don't think Eden's government has made very wise decisions in giving Holland as much power as they have, because we've seen what they're doing at the Cross. And I think it is inevitable that we're going to see a change in who controls the planet. The real question is there a better option among the contenders? And what that is, because the fact that there's going to be a war, that's been brewing and it's already happening. We can't stop that at this point. And incidentally, any Blade Cult forward base I've managed to like look into really sucks for the people, so I am not that keen on going to sign up with them.
Al nods, stands up, and goes, "All right. So then, before we plan our next step, we got to think: are we eating the dog food with Holland then, or are we just going to play nice?"
Kat's gonna kind of glance at Harker and see where he's standing with all this because he's been really quiet.
Parker kind of shrugs and says, I think ultimately to go directly up against someone like Holland is suicidal without the right allies and resources. So he says, I'm not from this planet, and it's not really my life plan to stay here forever either. So, but while I'm here, I'm part of, this is my team, and ultimately I'll go along with what you guys decide. Unless I think it's outright suicidal. Then we might have to have a chat.
I have standards, you know.
For not to die horribly.
I mean, staying alive is a standard. It's a standard of living.
Ah, ha, ha.
Waka waka. It's a bad standard, but it's a standard. So Al posits this idea to the team. He says, then here are my 2 thoughts, which I've kind of already gone over, but I'm going to modify them slightly. Do we talk to them face to face tomorrow? Peace talks, what have you. See what they want, see what their demands are. Maybe work something out, try to be diplomatic. Or do we sneak out there tonight and see if we can just listen in? I have my augmented vision. I could potentially, get a couple of, intel shots. I'm sure, Kat, you might be able to stealthily get into their comms somehow, or maybe, have something, pop over there. Maybe, Romy, if you have an extra drone or something, you could just, pop nearby to listen in. We could do intel. We could
I
grab
had
some
one
information.
drone. My little
You said-
personal drones tend to be kind of loud anyway.
So, thoughts?
Hermes
just
all
like-
for stealth.
It's like you guys could try that. I could try seeing if there's a way to contact the leader of the resistance or whatever they want to call themselves.
And if they catch us, we were just out there to talk.
That's the thing I was thinking about, Al says. One way, there's no risk of us messing up, at least in a traditional sense, if we just wait and talk to them. The other way, we open ourselves up to having to answer some very difficult questions, which is why I wanted to open it up to a vote.
I mean, this is like just going out there to talk with a few extra steps.
We don't know though who's actually leading them. Because the foreman that was leading them, Warner told us, wanted the job here. So he's not.
That's what
He
we
seems-
find out.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, it may be this is more just a radical branch of groups that are willing to burn it all, as opposed to the more nuanced leadership that would have an issue with them causing Holland to also focus on them right now. And if it's a radical group, then if they catch you, they're just gonna try to kill you.
So we keep our mechs nearby.
Because radical groups don't care about optics.
Right. And judging by the way they were arming themselves today, it looks like they're prepared for a conflict of some kind. So the question is, can we listen in undetected? Do you have a way to do that? Because I'm guessing even if we just walked up, there still might be a chance that they would just shoot first and ask questions later.
Cat's gonna be like, bluntly, there was never a guarantee of not getting detected.
I mean, they did pull their guns on me and not shoot me.
Because they were still in town.
Yeah, it's not like they're blade called.
They want the excuse of, and this is Cat saying this thing. They want the excuse of another atrocity to occur that they can justify, so that when they react and kill people, then it's, well, they were forced into it because look what Eden did to the one city. She's like, if we give them that excuse, they are going to attack us. Especially if they're radicals. And this is why she only deals with people online, because they can't pull a gun on you online.
Speaking
I've
of
had
which,
someone do it.
what? I mean, technically anything's possible in Lancer. So I would. So Al just goes in. Well, what can we find out about Doug from here? What can you find out about him? What's his online presence like? Do we know any beliefs? Do we know anything? Can you investigate him?
I mean, the crazy guy currently leading them out, or pretending to lead this particular group of
Right.
lunatics.
Right. Any news feeds? Any social media?
I'm doubtful, but I can look into it. She's like, I really don't think he's as important as he's pretending he is.
Right. But it's all that's important is who he is pretending to be.
Okay, I will try for you.
So you're gonna do
Okay.
some background research on Douglas Howard.
Yeah, I guess so.
Alright. How hard are you looking?
I mean, she's basically trying to find out what she can. Like, she doesn't really care where he went to high school, okay? Like, that's not what she's looking for. She doesn't care that his first dog was named Scamp. But
They
she's
don't
just
have
trying to
dogs
find
on
out
Wayfar.
What?
They don't have dogs on Wayfar.
Okay,
No
we
dogs
need to
allowed on
leave
the
this
moon.
planet right now.
That's what's wrong with the planet, clearly.
What the
No
hell?
wonder they're all so angry.
Lancer episode 4, The Search for Dogs.
We delivered a
No
dog to
dogs
every
on the
person
moon.
on Wayfar, and there was planetary peace achieved.
Puppies.
Like puppies, yeah, like just like the invasion of puppies. That's our conclusion. That's how we're going to handle all
We're
of these
just gonna be
problems.
puppy smugglers.
Be like, let puppies run down the street.
There's gonna be so many bootleg puppy sales for people who don't know what puppies look like.
And
One that's
puppy
just gonna-
tube socks.
Here's a lizard. She's like, this is a puppy. Oh,
Just a worm with like cybernetic legs.
it's called a scaly hound.
You mean the best kind of dog ever? On a big lizard? This is just a crocodile.
Let's call it a long dog. It's fine.
Long dog. Okay.
Like,
Is that like long pig?
I did not. I was unaware of the lack of puppies on Wayfair. They need an example of.
Wayfair has puppies. It's Wayfar that doesn't have puppies.
So
Where does Wayfair have puppies?
it doesn't. They don't
Because it's
sell
way
animals.
more fair.
There's stuff.
So you're gonna do a hack job, try to get information, or you're just gonna do like a casual net browse?
She's gonna hack.
Unless
hack
she's
and
too
fix.
floored by the whole dog thing that she found out while doing her
And
research.
she's horrified. She's like, wait, my whole life has been a lie. Why have I never seen one of these on this planet?
The entire town just hears you scream, "What?"
I just thought I lived in a place too poor to keep one. I didn't. What?
So why did I buy this kennel?
I mean, I'm not gonna say that there isn't possibly a dog somewhere on the planet that like some rich person owns, but like the conditions of this planet are not conducive to keeping a dog as a pet.
You have to
The entire planet's like Siberia.
I mean, it's a
So there
desert
should be
wasteland
go
full
Siberian
of.
Huskies? Like, I don't know what you. Like, do you think they don't have dogs in Siberia?
I mean, I don't know how many dogs are running around in like, you know, the desert wastelands of
Prairie
like
dogs.
a forgotten planet.
I mean,
Alien prairie dogs.
Like they're not a native species.
what are
You would-
coyotes for 200?
They're not a native species. You would have to import them to the planet. And who's importing a dog onto this planet?
Romy.
Anyone with a soul.
These people can barely afford to feed themselves. A dog is a luxury item.
No, I know. Like,
I'm
that's why you have
rebuilding my
all
drone.
the homeless people who still take care of dogs because everyone knows dogs are more important.
On a planet where dogs are a naturally occurring species.
I'm disappointed in you.
Are there
And
cats?
See, I even screwed up my hacking. I'm so upset about this. Yeah, I find nothing because I've just discovered that dogs don't exist on this planet. It's godforsaken. It is truly godforsaken.
I'm rebuilding my drone into like a Buck Rogers robot dog.
Don't you have accuracy on those, or no?
That's not for that. No.
No,
Okay.
not when he's just making me use the hack and fix because the highest I can go is a +6 on it.
Are you
Yeah,
just
okay.
building Doctor Who's canine?
No, the
Because-
Buck Rogers robot dog.
because you don't know what a dog looks like because you don't have a dog, right? Dogs aren't native to this planet, so you're just going.
I'm a space person. I've been all over the place.
Okay.
We had dogs.
Could you imagine a planet where no one knows what a dog is, and you have to vaguely describe it, and then someone tries to build a robot version of what that dog would look like?
It would probably look like an alligator.
So yeah, you don't get a whole lot on Douglas Howard. You do find out that he is a native to this town, born and raised here. Way back when there was a new opening for a foreman, he applied. He was a miner. Father was a miner. Town doesn't go back much further than that, but like he lost out to A.M. Warner. Warner was just generally considered capable. By all means, Howard was a better miner. But the foreman job doesn't go to the better miner. That's not how that works, right? Like, can't.
It's organization, not
Right.
all.
Howard was much better at mining. He had a better understanding of how the mining works, but he had a terrible understanding of how to manage people, how to manage supplies, and just generally run a business. So there was no way that he was going to get that job. But he was absolutely a much better miner and operator than Warner ever was. But that didn't stop Douglas Howard from feeling cheated. Because in his mind, he's the better miner, therefore he should be the foreman. A foreman should know how the mine works. He should know how to mine, right? Like that should be his expertise. He can hire somebody else to do the bookwork. So, you know, he felt cheated. Obviously the people who were in charge of running the town disagreed. So Howard got angry and he left. You don't have a whole lot of other information. There's just sort of public record of him just sort of bouncing from town to town as like an experienced miner until eventually he did land himself a mining foreman position. Not like on a big town, but just like, you know, a small little like mining outpost type town, like a fledgling town. He sort of just disappeared in obscurity after that. He didn't do anything of note. The mine that he managed was not super successful, but didn't fail. So, Douglas Howard is just kind of an unremarkable man. Who likes to believe that he's an expert in his... And, you know, from his record, to his credit, he's a very good miner. He seems kind of a mediocre foreman.
Okay. So it's actually a pretty good hack. Kind of.
Well, it was mostly a good Google.
Yeah.
Like, this is public record, right? So, like, you're just mostly browsing through his public record. You weren't able to discern anything of, like, you know, oh, what secret things has this man been up to his life? It's like, I don't know. He ran a mine, I guess.
No, I'm
Alright.
still horrified about the dogs. I'm not gonna let that go. Like, what the hell?
Again, I'm not saying no one owns a dog. It's just not a common thing on
No,
this planet.
it's understandable why this planet is horrible and corrupt now.
Because I can't afford dogs.
Because they have not had the love of a dog.
I mean, that's fair.
Because there's no way there's cats if there's not dogs.
No, there's like insects and lizards and things.
Yeah, no. So this is a soulless planet who has never experienced true love.
I don't know if the cat's giving you true love, but you know.
They do.
Maybe.
No. It's
They just make you earn it before they bring it to you.
yeah, I mean like
Cats
Like-
try to help you in tangible ways. Like they'll bring you a dead animal if they think you suck at hunting. That's their show of love. Here, I brought you this. I killed it for you. Chow down.
It's like, I think you suck at survival, so here you go.
You
See,
are like a baby. Eat this.
yeah, well that's just it. Like with cats, you are the pet. Dogs are the pet on
So
that relationship.
you've done your research. You found nothing of remarkable interest of Douglas Howard, a man of kind of mediocre existence.
Yep. But, well, I mean, so we didn't really get to hack too much, but at least we kind of understand motivations
No,
now.
because
Because you're upset about the dogs.
yes.
She will never not be upset about the dogs.
No, I'm not forgiving you for creating. What kind of monster creates a planet without dogs?
I mean, not every planet will have dogs native species on it. That's how planets work.
It doesn't have to be native. Like people would have brought dogs. You act like people wouldn't bring dogs over on
Again,
boats. Like,
I
what-
didn't say that people didn't bring dogs. I'm
You
saying
said only rich people have dogs.
right, dogs.
As if
dogs
dogs
are a
don't make like
luxury.
crazy and then suddenly get like all over the street. Like what?
Let's forget this whole thing and start looking for an underground dog selling network.
The world
So-
falls apart around us, but man,
I feel
got
better because
the
I got
best-
a dog.
Okay,
have
but
you seen
when
this underground blue chow breeding ring?
I literally have a sign on my front door that says when all else fails, hug the dog. We can't do that.
No, you cannot. There are no dogs available that you are aware of.
Nope, you're gonna have to rely on the affectation of regular humans.
That's why I had a drone.
Yeah, but humans suck. Like
Go get
what?
a pet lizard or a little tiny worm.
No, because then they'll just want to make socks out of it.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Not just one
Get-
worm.
so,
Why would
second
you
note,
make
get a-
one sock?
Get a pair of worms.
Well, then we definitely want to make socks out of them.
But wait until they're like thigh-high size.
Can you get some fishnet worms, please?
This is terrible.
Anyways,
I hate you all.
So-
really off.
is it late evening now at this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's like, it wouldn't have been, but yeah, sure.
Now it is.
So, all right.
You've
So
just
we've
been
had our
talking about dogs apparently for so long.
we've had our deliberations. Now,
Wait, now Kat would have been like, wait, Al, do you know what dogs are?
Out of the blue.
Al is just like, no. I mean, I call people dogs sometimes, but is that a thing?
Like, I have no
I thought it was just
context
an
to that.
insult.
She'd be like sending him like ridiculous dog photos to his eye.
Little tiny puppies.
I'm gonna send
Yeah,
them
like, oh,
puppies,
God.
and then like dogs being
Overlay.
klutzy and being adorable,
Dog
Oh,
videos.
my-
cuddling.
My right eye, all it sees is heckin' good puppers. What the hell?
She's like, those are dogs. That's what we're missing in our life.
This is like the future's heads-up display. Just puppies.
My right eye is being accosted with dog images. This is just like college.
This is what it feels like when I attack people with memes.
That's what she's gonna start doing. Because the invading is supposed to be attacking people with memes
Yeah.
too. So she's just gonna start attacking them with like cute
Dog
dog and
memes.
kitten images and being like, "This is what you're missing from your life.
Cat can
Go
have
find a
cheeseburger.
grander purpose and find them. This
Yeah.
fight isn't necessary."
Decepticon asks an interesting question. Can you program Puppy Tamagotchi and give the gift of puppers in some form? I mean, not gonna prevent you from doing that.
That's basically
have
what
to
I'm
be like-
about to do with my drone.
They'd have to be really realistic. And
My
drone
not die because you had to take a nap.
That
They're
sounds
gonna be
oddly
immortal
specific.
puppies.
I mean, you're programming it, so you can do whatever you want. They don't actually have to be Tamagotchi. Just it's a virtual puppy. Puppy
Oh,
forever.
I mean, she can create. She can fool systems and stuff. So
Hey, with
Just like the-
Romy's drones and your technical know-how, we
Yeah.
can create a market.
yeah, we're gonna create an entire VR market
Forget
of,
this job.
of puppies.
We're gonna make Romy.
It's gonna be actually
cat
making
cheese.
the world better.
Romy cat
Oh.
cheese.
All we need is an above ground pool, a car battery, and the right software, and some dog DNA.
I don't think you're on the same page as us.
I'm not really sure what abomination you're trying to create, but that's,
Sounds like something from Full
You're trying
Metal
to create a
Alchemist or something.
Frankenstein
I
puppy.
wasn't
It
aware
is.
that we're in weird science territory.
Oh,
What's
you're
that
so
a-
close. You're so close. It's Aqua Teen Hunger Force.
Oh, of course. As long as it wasn't Full Metal Alchemist, we're good.
No, I'm. God,
Anyways.
no, I would be like joining a blade cult if there weren't animals on the planet.
Then it's decided.
We're joining the Blade Cult, guys. We quit.
I'm like, what's the freaking point of this planet? Like, come on. Cares what happens to it. Doesn't even have puppies. This is the worst timeline.
What do they call the dog days of summer?
The darkest
Hot.
timeline.
Just hot. That's boring.
No such thing as a 3-dog night out here.
That probably means I don't
Or
have
even
three wolves
drunk as
howling at the
drunk
moon
as a
either.
dog.
I mean, like, it's not like they don't know what a dog is, right? Like, that's
You just told me I didn't
recorded
know what a
history.
dog was.
No, you don't know what a dog looks like.
Yeah, I do. I'm
Right, but
I'm a
like
space-
knowing that dogs exist and necessarily seeing a picture of a dog are not necessarily the same things, right? Like,
I'm sure I've seen a dog in my travels. Because we were on a space station and it went places.
sure.
I don't know what places, but something had a dog, I'm sure.
Listen, if it makes you feel better, I'm sure there's a planet somewhere that is just a giant like puppy farm.
You know what? I think we
Breeding
had a dog
dogs
Look,
for
on
I don't
the
everybody.
think you
space station.
should be calling it a puppy farm.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, call it a mill.
The puppy planet. It's just the puppy planet. They're just dogs as far as the eye can see.
Okay, who wants to move to the puppy planet?
It sounds a little scary. Are they like upright walking and talking puppies, or what are we talking about?
No.
No, then they'd be furries.
All the puppy mills I know of are like in Pennsylvania and very
think
Amish.
Romy-
I
I
don't feel
think
like going to an Amish planet.
Romy wants to go to the furry planet.
That's
Uh,
different than a puppy planet. That's a totally different planet. That's a very, very different planet.
Yeah, that's I mean, listen, you're into what you're into, and there's no judgment here. But like, I don't think your party wants to go there.
yeah, you'll be having a completely different party there.
Let's go to the DashCon planet.
Listen, this is the future. Genetic manipulation is probably a thing.
Well, we'll have a single,
Single-eyed
pit.
puppy.
In the
who's
future, you
Dashcon?
don't.
In the future, you have a human suit. And you are the furry.
Yeah, in the future you don't need a fursuit because you have genetic engineering. Yay!
When is the next con so we can ask for time off?
The next Dash Con? Never.
Yeah.
We definitely need to go to a con as a party. That would be fun.
You know, at the rate that this is going, never.
Right.
WormCon.
Oh
Well,
Christ.
I mean, at this point, Kimchi has to leave at 10, so
So what are we doing?
Half an hour more on
I
dogs.
don't
and
have
we're
a
good.
plan here,
Okay.
Seiji. I don't have one.
You're so
Number
dumbfounded
one.
by the dog revelation that,
Did-
like,
Did we determine if we were sneaking in?
No, we haven't
High
determined
mission.
anything.
no.
Like
the-
I tried to hack and I screwed up because I found out that this is a planet from hell, and
You were so shook. You
the,
resorted to Google.
the entire planning phase just disappeared to puppies.
it's
So Harker would vote for sneaking in because it sounded fun.
Yep, that's where Romy's at, pretty much.
It's like it sounds like a terrible idea, but it also sounds like a really good story. So he's in.
Doesn't Harker also have the invisibility ability
He does, on his mech.
on the mech? Which size 1, right? Or size 1/2?
I think it's size 1.
The mech is a size
Okay.
1.
Hmm.
Standard size mech.
Okay. How
You could
stealthy
sneak
can
in
those
with
be,
the,
though, really?
Sneak in with the albatross.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'll
he
just-
could put he doesn't have it on there now, but the expanding compartment thing.
I think I always have that compartment.
sneak one other person on.
well, yeah, but your mech is not remotely subtle.
Yeah, I
But
feel like all of our
invisibility-
mechs are pretty subtle except for the albatross.
Well, that's the
But does
point, though.
invisibility help against like sensors, though?
You could pose as a
No,
mountain or
like they
something
can
when
pick.
they
They can't see you, but they can detect your mech because it's a mech.
Right.
Could
That's what I was thinking. I was like, wouldn't they just have like defense?
They wouldn't know who
Yeah.
it was, though.
thingy?
It's like, sir, we're getting this mech-sized heat signature coming toward us. I don't see it, so it must not be there. So we're good, right?
Nobody but us mechs.
I think we're agreeing. All right. Yes, I mean he can go invisible, but that won't help super
Yeah.
much.
All right. Well, I mean, how else can we get out there besides mechs? Just walk?
Feet.
Can we rent a bicycle?
And there are vehicles.
Dog sled.
But vehicles also give off heat signatures, which I assume they would pick up on.
yeah, like I don't know how you guys intend to sneak out there. Like I don't even have any plans for this because it's like well, even us walking out there would be heat signatures. Those freaking sensors.
Unless we had a hacker who could hack this.
Well, here's a question. Like, I mean, honestly, like, how far out do the sensors usually go from places like that?
I
Like,
mean,
what's the dirt
well,
average?
I mean, put it this way: scout mechs, if they have scout mechs, didn't really have a range of like 20, is 200 feet.
Yeah.
Cover ourselves in mud.
Well, I mean, I guess that means that they could go out there because Cat's sensor range is 20. So
Yeah, but when
She
you
would
sense
be able-
them, then they'll also be able to sense you.
I mean, you don't know if they have
Yeah.
scout mechs.
we don't know if they have them, and I would have a maybe opportunity to hack them so they couldn't sense it.
My collar fools electronic systems. Would that also fool heat signature
I mean,
systems?
the process color makes it difficult to detect your identity, not make you invisible.
I'm not trying to be invisible. I just want to look like a prairie dog or something. Well, not that, but something else.
Well, see, the process color hides your head, so you would look like a heat signature minus the head.
I can wear it as a belt.
Look, here's the thing. Okay, so my Osiris class NHP I could go out there. And number one, I am half size, so they would just like be like there's like a human with electronics. like 20 feet. I mean 200 feet away. Anyway, right? Like if like she went first and actually was on foot, she'd probably have a good chance of like being able to see them and judge them, and then like back away quickly and like not be near, and they would have to like come scouting, like actually out. They'd have to remove from the camp, which would mean we would separate them anyway if they were going to be hostile.
If we do this, should we have our mechs kind of nearer by than on the truck?
Oh, Kat is going to have her damn mech. I don't. Kat's not going out there without her damn mech. Because Kat's mech is only like a little bit bigger than her anyway, so.
It is true. Half-side mechs are basically human-sized. Give
Yeah,
or take
so
a
it's
foot
like-
or so.
There's not. It's not like her mech is more noticeable than anyone else's. Like her mech is about as noticeable as if she just walked out there, so she's just like whatever.
Minus
And if
the
you turn the
electronics
AC on full blast, it might hide your heat signature.
I mean, like,
That's not how AC works.
Damn it! I was hoping you didn't know about the whole exhaust part.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, but like it would be electronic, but like, so would anyone walking out there with, like, you know, the cybernetics and crap too.
technically,
Because like would the mech really be that much more?
yes. There is a lot more like mechanical electronics jammed into the mech than like a cybernetic. But you are not incorrect in that you would still get an electronic signature. You would still get a heat signature person. Your mech is generally more complicated than a cybernetic.
How much cover do we have out there?
Not a whole lot. A few rocks here and there, flat terrain.
I mean, depending on how much they notice.
What about the tunnels? Would they go out that far? We could go underground.
I mean, I guess if you want to tunnel your way under there, get there in like, 3 weeks, I guess.
I mean, like, I can create cover.
That might draw a little bit of attention. Be like, sir, my sensor suddenly picked up the appearance of a big old cube. Weird.
It can look like anything.
Okay, sir, a rock just randomly sprouted up on my radar. That's weird.
Just
Make
make it
a
a giant
storm.
worm.
A sandstorm.
Oh, so you want them to shoot at your cover because they panic at
Why
a giant
not?
worm. Yeah.
If they're shooting at the cover, we know exactly where they are and exactly what they're concentrated on.
I mean,
And then they're gonna freak out because the cover can only take 1 damage. So they're gonna shoot the cover. No, actually it has immunity to all damage. So it's not gonna be like the cover's just gonna like be
And I
there and they're
can-
gonna be shooting at it, being freaked out by it.
I can puppet the worm and make it look worse.
not an object. No, it's not
You
technically.
create a data construct in a free adjacent space.
Yeah, it's not technically an object.
Characters treated as an obstruction and cannot voluntarily move into
If
it.
it's a data construct, that means you can just make it animated.
Yeah, I know. I can make it look like anything I want.
Make it a giant dog that runs in camp.
What is that?
Clifford!
We're on a dog kick
Oh.
today.
I've never seen anything like it.
So adorable.
I don't think I can make it move. It can just be animated, but I can't make it move.
So
And
you
I
have,
can create 3 size 1 data constructs in free spaces adjacent to your target.
so you have memes and animated GIFs.
Yeah. Then I just have to puppet the giant mech and make it walk out of them. Camp.
So is that your plan? You're gonna take the mech, everyone else can go on foot?
I don't know. What is everyone else doing?
I'm definitely going whatever happens, but I want my mech nearby. So I would
Yeah,
at
I mean, I figured like it just like everyone could get
I mean, could we
near
yeah,
on
could
the
we
mechs,
here with the mech and then
and then like Cat can use her mech to like.
Can Harker's mech like stay invisible even if he's not piloting it?
Do you have
No,
an?
because when you get out, the mech power is off.
Unless you
Well,
have an
but
AI.
do you have an AI?
No.
Then
I have
yeah.
an AI, so I guess my mech could kind of.
Yeah, my mech can chill because it has the Osiris system AI. My Osiris class NHP. I mean, like, if they question her about, if they see the mech and they question her about the mech, she'll just be like, "Excuse me, this is just my body armor. Like, it's a mech, but it's my body armor. Are you really like threatened by a mech that's like still shorter than you?"
I mean, if they know what it's used for, if anyone's familiar with Horus, then they'll probably be like,
Yes, the answer to that question is yes. 100% yes. Every single mech is a threat for some reason or another. Like, if we're being perfectly honest, yes. The answer to that question is yes.
She's like, "Yeah, but if you actually attack me, I'm going to hack your systems and use them against you. So let's not do that." Especially since she has her into the duat now. Great. I want to try it.
I'm not a threat, except for I have this threatening thing I absolutely want to use on you.
It's you channel your target systems to an unknown extra-dimensional space and unleash an incredibly powerful system attack. And the first gate is you control your target's standard move next turn. Second gate, your target becomes slow and impaired. Third gate, your target becomes stunned until the end of the next turn. And fourth gate is your target changes allegiance temporarily. It's great. Literally, like, builds up to just, like, outright brain control.
Well, you control the mech, not the person, but yeah.
Well, it says your target changes allegiance temporarily, becoming an allied character until the end of their next turn.
Right,
They
because
treat
you've
your allied
hijacked
characters and
the
hostile
mech.
characters as their own.
Yeah, you've hijacked the mech and you've taken control of the mech. The pilot inside is probably freaking out. I'm like, oh my god!
Well, I mean, like, it has to go a little further than that because, like, you could, like, the previous turns you could still move the mech, like the puppet. You could always move it, and
Right,
it's defined as something
But
different than that.
basically you've
like-
overridden everything on the mech. Like you've killed its IFF, you've taken control of it, you make it do
Yeah.
whatever you want. Like you've basically just hijacked their mech 100%. Like they have no control over their mech now. You've stolen their mech for a turn. It's now yours. But yeah, so you're all gonna take your mechs. Like,
Well, I distracted the pilot by letting him watch videos of puppies and cats.
presumably you're gonna take the truck out because it's armored. And then leave your mechs in the truck.
I'd let my AI do whatever it thought was safest as long as it kept out of range.
Anyone else have input on this plan? That
I
what
mean,
we're
like
doing?
I
So-
said, Cat's
so the
gonna
plan-
be in her mech, so.
So wait, the plan is drive the truck out there?
That was my question. Since no plan was actually given to me. It was
Is
just
the plan that we're going to go
Oh, no.
stealthily, or are we going to go in?
I don't know that we need the truck, just our mechs.
We can all go out on our mechs, yeah.
All right, I guess the plan is all go out in the
'Cause
mechs,
if
but
if that truck is fitting the albatross in it, that is a huge damn truck.
Yeah.
So,
I mean the
We
Albatross
just
is
want our
also a
mechs
huge
nearby.
mech.
no, I know, but I'm saying that, like,
We're gonna dismount the mechs all except for Cat. But we do want them nearby just in case.
yeah. Like, you guys can dismount the mechs out of sensor range. Whoa.
Yeah, I guess we'll do it that way.
Okay.
And I'll leave mine in AI mode.
Here's my question though: is the truck any quicker than being in the mech and moving in the mech at all for any of our mechs? I would assume it's quicker than mine at least, right?
Overall, yes.
Okay.
It is also slightly lower profile than your mech. Because when your mech stands up, it's real tall. When it's laying down, it is not.
Well, I mean, we can take the truck if that's what
Yeah,
you
maybe
keep,
the
like-
truck's worth it.
There was just a whole point about like how the truck has to be real big. It's like, yes, but like height is a consideration. Because
Can we bring the driver with us?
he would be driving you, yeah.
No, I mean on the little stealth mission.
I don't think he's suicidal.
No. You
No, I will hang out with the driver back at the truck. No, I'd probably.
Parker was like, maybe I should stay with the truck.
I mean, Kat thinks this is a real dumb idea, but everybody else is.
So
rooting
truck or
for
no
it.
truck?
I say, well, here's the thing. Yeah, no truck because it's large, but it's not tall, but also it's large.
Okay.
But also should the Albatross even go on this mission, or like just stay in the outskirts? You know,
What,
just
what happens when things go down?
They
if-
don't have an albatross.
So that takes out Cat.
ideally, yeah. All right, fine.
Takes out the rest of us if Cat's gone too.
Fuck.
We'd be down to two
Wait,
people.
wait, what's happening? I'm confused. What?
In case something
The
goes wrong.
hypothetical
and we
is,
need our
if
mech.
it turns into a combat, if Albatross doesn't come along, what happens? And my response to that is, well, then there's no Albatross.
Which means
mean,
no.
In crunchy
goblin.
terms, I would assume it would just mean that I take like X number of turns before I can actually show up and engage. Yes?
Potentially, depending on how it all goes down, yeah. Or what
Okay.
your plan is.
But having it at least closer, even just on the other edge of town, would be better than where it is now.
Well, they're miles out. So, I mean, like, whatever. I would still go out there. It's not like if the Albatross was on the edge of town, like miles away from the conflict, the conflict's going to be over by the time Albatross gets there.
Correct.
know?
If you wait by the town, there's no way you're going to get there before that combat ends because of what the average turn length represents in real time.
Well, out of sensor range.
Yeah.
Sure. Like I said, it depends on what you do.
All right. So I vote leave the truck driver. We don't need anybody else in on this whole situation. We go out ourselves. We have CAT scan, like, every, 10, 20 feet or so, just to see if we're close to anything.
Well, I mean,
And,
her radar just would do that automatically.
right. And if we do get into, and if somebody does recognize us, we're not looking for a conflict. We're just in our mechs because it's safer to be inside them.
There's giant freaking worms in the desert.
Right, due to the worms.
And we were
So.
just going out there to talk to begin with.
Yeah. So, all in favor of this plan, say nothing.
I was about to say aye, but then you said nothing. And I was like,
There you go. It's the green M&Ms. Again, that's a joke just for me. But yes. So,
Okay. So you decide
But-
you're gonna sneak out into the waste.
Yeah.
at night.
That job is glamorous.
You take your mechs, you trek your way out there. As you get closer, you realize, man, that big blastrill's real big. You also realize that as you start to get closer, maybe 3 miles out. Yeah, that's a real big mech. The other thing is, oh, there's lights. They have mechs with spotlights that are doing patrols. around the perimeter of what appears to be a camp. There's maybe 3 mechs on patrol right now, and there's a small like a tent, like sort of like a quickly pitched tent type thing, like a big party tent, you know, like a big canopy tent. And it's sort of draped off of the side of the blast drill. They sort of used it as a temporary shelter. And there's like a fire, and there's like guys gathered around it. It looks like there's like a full mining crew potentially.
So this is like a Sly Cooper avoid the light situation.
I mean, you just don't get closer. Really, how that works.
Oh.
Yeah, you're about 3 miles out. You can see there's some patrol mechs, but the vast majority of them are sort of huddled around the fire, probably just like chatting and hanging out next to the blast drill.
Hermie tells everybody that she can totally avoid those spotlights if they need her to infiltrate.
Besides that plan, is there any way that we can pick up any comms or even just audio based on what they're saying? You said it's a pretty flat landscape, so I would imagine that sound carries pretty well out here, yeah?
Okay. Like, you can hear that there's, like, guys, like, singing and laughing and, you know, just screwing around at night around the fire. It's, not so great that, like, you get good, clear conversations. None of you have, like, specialty mechs designed for, like, long-distance observation or anything.
Okay, so were there any scouting type things?
There's mechs that are physically patrolling the perimeter with spotlights. Like, they're mounted on the mechs and they're just, like, pointed vaguely in front of them as they patrol around.
But would they be, like, recognized as a very long-distant radar mech, or... Like, can Cat get a little closer and scan one?
Well, you're about 3 miles out, so you're still well outside of your radar range.
Okay.
This is like what you can physically see, because 3 miles at relatively flat terrain is, you know, pretty easy on the eyes to see that stuff is going on. You do notice that the mechs that are on patrol do appear to be quad leg mechs. So like they're low to the ground, they've got 4 legs, they're just kind of stomping around. Remember, they do appear to be using some sort of underslung, hand carried, like big energy weapon of some sort. You're not sure if it's actually a weapon or if it's like repurposed mining equipment, like the big, you know, blast drill that they're using. But it is definitely mounted with like large power packs on the back, and they're carting around these big old gigantic like weapon of some sort.
Are we close enough for Cat to do like a reverse Google image search?
I mean, want to know what they look like is what you're saying.
No, we can snap a picture, feed it into her little whirligig thing, and it should spit out all its stats.
The gig thing?
Yeah, that tablet computer majig.
You can't see me, but my head is resting on the desk right now.
So yeah, do you have a picture of it you can show us?
Yes, I got real confused by what was being asked. Yeah, I'm just by the way that question was asked.
I mean, there should be some.
What's sad is I wasn't confused. I was just appalled.
I wasn't confused by what was being asked. I was being confused by the way that it was being asked. Yeah, these are about size 2 mechs.
See, now we can just look that up and find the user manual, and it should tell us everything we need to know.
I mean, that's not really how combat has ever worked.
Well, we're not in combat. We're nice and safe with all our stuff at hand. In Google.
So these are
Hashtag not sponsored.
so
Well, Bing
these
wouldn't give us any good results.
these are basically what are considered engineering mechs, right? So their purpose is to support the mining operations. They have it's called a graviton lance. It's technically a projected energy weapon that is designed to slow falling objects. So their purpose is more to assist in the event of a cave-in. So you blast falling debris, keep them from crushing things beneath them so stuff can get out of the way. They're not especially powerful weapons. Like, you could do combat with them just on, like, principle of what they are. But their purpose is really more to, like, slow things and sort of protect the workspace, right? Like, it's preventing things from damaging things in the mine. They also have the ability to print, like, on the go. Like, they have a mobile printer. That's what the big packs on the back are. They're not actually power packs. They're actually mobile printers. Their job is to build, like, the support structure in the mine as it's being worked on. So, like,
How fast are these printers?
Pretty fast. It's
Are they faster than the doors closing?
yes.
What do they print with?
Mechanically, what happens is they can effectively print an unlimited number, although, like, abilities and answer refresh, right? Like, they don't. Whatever, but, like, they can immediately drop size 2 cubes. So they print mech-sized, like, they're size 2 mech. So they can print defense cubes, effectively, in a size 2 area. So, like, they print, like, the large support structures that make up, like, the reinforcements on the mine. That's their
Got
job.
some cube competition now.
So in terms of how they operate in the mine, their job is to prevent stuff from falling and crushing stuff with the graviton lance. And as, like, a main design feature, their job is to build the wall reinforcements. Like, they build the support struts and things that take up the mine.
Sounds like they could get kind of creative with that gravitron lance and wreak havoc with us.
I mean, well, it's not like, it's like, yeah, it's meant to, like, blast rocks apart, but it's like, well, we're also metal, so it's not.
Sure, like,
It's not reassuring.
right. It's not designed for combat, but the scale of the equipment is such that it works for combat. But that is what they are patrolling with right now.
It's like saying dynamite's only for blasting rocks.
I mean, dynamite is designed for blasting rocks. If you are a cliff, that's especially bad. If you are cliff-sized, that is also bad. It's not designed for you. That doesn't mean it's not going to hurt you.
Feel called out.
You should. By nature of, like, what they do, since their equipment is designed for busting through terrain and breaking up rock, it's also bad for you as a mech.
No, I mean, it's the exact thing as the worm's acid bite.
Right. Like, it's not...
How many do we see?
So there are currently 2 of the engineers patrolling. If there are other mechs, you currently do not see them. They may be, like, stowed behind the big, you know, blast drill. But, like, you currently actively see 2 engineers patrolling.
Do we go deeper? Do we
Circle
hail them?
around.
Do we hail them? Do we circle around? So like, what's their patrol pattern like? Are they just patrolling like the
They're
area
doing like a
between them and the
circular
town?
perimeter.
Okay, so they are covering 360 degrees.
Yeah. Like their
Around
job
the encampment.
is specifically just to protect the encampment. You know, whether or not that's protecting them from, you know, native wildlife or they actually think they're gonna get ambushed, you're not sure, but like they're actively patrolling the surrounding area.
Okay. So I mean, we could just hail them. Say that we just want to talk. You know, that way we're not, you know, suspicious of, you know, trying to sneak in, but, you know, otherwise we can't really really get a good beat on anything. Unless one of y'all thinks you can sneak past them and get closer. I know I can't. And there's only 2 of them, and they're covering the entire perimeter. They are patrolling separately, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like they make passes. So there's always a guy that can react to like a quadrant of, you know, the thing at a time.
Right. Does anyone want to try to get closer?
I think that's a
And-
no.
Romy is always willing to do stuff like that.
Can Romy send in a drone?
She throws her drone and it kind of just clunks to the ground. Nope.
I meant one of the drones from the damn mech.
No, those drones.
I mean, those have to
Wait,
be within sensor range for you to do anything with them, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I kind of have to. I could send them in, what, 15? No, 10.
Yeah, your sensor range sucks.
Yeah, my sensor range sucks.
And I don't have meta hook on, so...
And my stealthiest one
And
doesn't
I
really move
absolutely
a lot.
refuse to risk combat on your back.
I mean, that's fair.
Like, it's like I can extend the sensor range, but...
2 horse mechs might turn into like some super Voltron thing.
All the memes.
So, what do we want to do?
I don't know. I don't know what our plan has been this entire time.
In fairness, I'm not sure they knew what their plan was this entire time either.
Romy's just happy to be here.
Well, good for Romy. Cat's not, because she discovered the whole dog situation, so...
That's the only reason she came. She's like, I don't want to live anymore.
Yeah, she's like, I don't care if we do something suicidal anymore.
Die, you monsters. You don't belong in this.
Well, they already don't like Romy, so if they caught her, I think she would probably not end up in a good place.
See, the dog is appalled that we don't have dogs.
Bark of agreement.
I mean, listen. We've come this far. We've come all this way.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what your plan this far was, but yeah.
If we don't have anything specialized that can, you know, listen in for better recon
I mean,
without going closer.
I mean, I could attempt repairs on my drone and get it in closer, but I don't know how long that would take.
but again, that would depend on your sensor.
Well, no, my personal drone. It's autonomous and
I mean, okay, is there a chance of picking up radio waves or whatever?
You'd have to get closer But in terms of like, if they're broadcasting anything, currently no.
My personal drone can go a half a mile before losing signal, and it's fairly noisy.
It just get shot again the second you send it in. And then they'd know we were here.
Most likely, yes.
Well, I'd put a different hat on it this time so they wouldn't realize.
Can I talk to Ando so I can convince him to bite you?
He's already ready to bite me. I just fed him today. I forgot.
So you animal, you're abusing your dog.
No, now he's really happy to have food.
Well, yes, everybody's real happy to have food when they have had no food.
It made his day.
Okay, try.
He's more worried about a squirrel right now anyway.
But there's no squirrels on the damn planet either.
They read about all the dogs. Wait a second.
No, they're busy trying to, not be dead on the desert planet.
But you're really confusing me on this whole desert planet has no lifestyle except worms, apparently.
No, I don't say it doesn't have any life, but it is not conducive to most life forms. It is things that have largely adapted to survive.
Like, I just feel like I need to buy you a book of desert animals.
Oh no, I'm not saying there are no animals. They're just not squirrels.
No, I
Also,
understand that. But
This planet didn't start as a desert. It kind of got apocalypsed.
So we could find squirrel skeletons if we dug enough.
I'm sure you could find that at once this planet had all sorts of life forms. Everything that's currently on this planet is what could have survived
so
a
okay,
planetary
our actual
apocalypse.
end goal is
Find the
to-
necromancer.
or team up with this magical space AI to terraform the planet and make it a lively location again, and then
Have you seen the mechs? They would make animals that look like that.
I mean, my goblin's adorable. I don't see the problem with that.
I guess spiky dogs wouldn't be bad.
Well, all you just have to convince them that the collar counts twice. And they'd be totally into making squid and octopus.
So are we gonna circle around and see what's behind the thing?
I don't know. No one's actually given an answer.
I guess we can.
Yeah,
I
let's do it.
don't. I have no plan here because this wasn't my plan, so that's my defense.
I mean, to be
just agreed
fair,
to it.
when I said stealth mission, I had no plan either.
Well,
I say
that's
fuck it,
not.
let's circle around.
I'm gonna
See,
be
when
real
you
honest here.
suggest,
I'm not shocked that there was no plan here. Same.
I mean, I just
mean-
feel like when I suggest a plan, I have a plan.
Romy's still willing to dodge the spotlights and try to find some clothes and blend in, but that didn't work very well earlier.
She's never blend in anywhere.
Not
It has to
wrong.
work at some point.
No, it doesn't.
I'm pretty sure it has to, like at least.
No, it actually doesn't. There is no actual
It's one of those
insurance that
stop
it is going to
clocks.
work.
stop clocks are right twice a day things.
Yeah, but that assumes the clock survives the entire day to be right.
That assumes that the numbers are still on the clock.
Yeah, she probably has had her numbers knocked a bit loose.
Okay, well, it is 10:12.
It is. So what is your plan? We can continue this after, but what actually is the plan?
Don't fucking have a. I thought they had a plan.
We'll spend 2 weeks watching their patrols
Oh
and come up
dear.
with a cunning plan.
I mean, seriously, at this point, Kat is tempted to make like a size 2. Oh no, actually, she would make an identical copy of the albatross, but paint it with, but have the illusion show the colors of, with a huge like logo on it, of the corporation, Holland, and be like, "Do you really want the attention of these guys? See example."
Make a size 2 engineer block and see if the 2 engineer mechs fight over it.
I would like to point out, you've been in Holland's hangar. None of their mechs are bigger than the size 1.
Yeah, but
They don't know that.
they don't know that. Yeah, like what?
I'm just saying, you have been in there. And it
Well,
actually...
I just was trying to draw the attention to the prospect of being attacked by Holland.
I'm just going to point out that it is actually kind of weird to you that not a single one of their mechs is big.
I mean, it is now.
'Cause now that you've said that, like, look, this is their mech, and you have to stop and wait a second. I've never actually seen any of their mechs bigger than, like, like the tank. The tank is the biggest thing that they have, and that's still like a size 1.
You're basically saying that big mechs are like dogs for Holland.
Big mechs.
Just
It's a
don't
little
fucking
weird.
exist.
It's a little weird.
So when I had the plan, I figured we'd get a little closer than 3 miles out and maybe overhear something
I mean,
useful.
you can get closer. It's just that currently, at 3 miles out, you notice that they're doing active patrols.
Oh,
I've-
well, let's get
Listen,
closer.
I've suggested somebody else go closer. I just don't know if the albatross can get that much closer without,
I mean, like,
firing off
yeah,
all kinds of
the
alarms.
thing is, I don't. Okay, so Kat can like try to get closer.
Can I
and-
get out of my mech and have the AI get as close as possible without being detected so we know how close our mechs can get?
Well, the problem is, again,
If you
your
can
mech
see
only
them,
has a sensor range.
here's the thing, right? Like,
If we can see them, they can see us, which means they can probably see the albatross if they looked.
yes. So if you do anything to get their attention to look out 3 miles, because right now they seem to be only focused on like immediate vicinity
Well,
patrol.
to be fair, do we have lights on?
Yeah, I'm assuming you didn't. You didn't like turn
Yeah,
on
I would hope
floodlights.
Well,
Turn those
that's
lights
my
off.
point. Is that like
Well, at this point, I think Cat should at least go in.
my point is that like, yeah, they would be able to see the albatross if it wasn't night and if they didn't have light blinding them on their side.
I feel like
But
Cat
as long
and
as he's
Harker
still
could at
out of
least go
sensor
in.
range and he's not
I mean,
like
it's a big
blinking
mech.
at them.
As it gets closer, it's gonna be loud. Like, you don't silently move a 30-foot tall war machine.
Hence why the albatross is
Yeah.
like
Staying
not going,
here.
doesn't want to get closer than like maybe 2 miles out.
I
if
feel like
that.
since Harker can be invisible and Cat's the one who actually needs to be out there to get the information,
I like how
Right.
like you guys are the ones who came up with this plan, and
we're
then
the
you're
ones
just like
saying-
Parker and Cat are the ones going into them.
I mean, I'll go in. I don't mind going in, but my mech isn't really made for stealth.
That's what
I
happens
can
when
I can
don't-
send. Can I send some protective?
Seiji, don't you ever surprise me with another dog-like revelation again.
All right, so
you threw
so how about
everything off.
So how about tonight we call it? The whole thing is that next session you're gonna do your whatever you're gonna do. You have 2 weeks to figure out a plan.
I'll send some protective drones with you.
I guarantee you that by next session, Kat will have a plan.
A cunning plan.
I didn't say
To get
cunning plan.
over-
She'll just have any sort of plan over today. Because I feel like nobody's got a plan
Yeah,
today.
no, I get to work on the script again.
That doesn't mean
Well,
you're
my
not
plan
also
was-
gonna think about a plan. I didn't
No,
say
My
it's
no,
plan was
I'm just
Cat gets
saying.
closer.
So if you end up with some weird aliens being unearthed, and throwing spikes, I'm not responsible. That's what my brain's gonna be. So
Listen, I've avoided the aliens part of what Lancer is. Because Lancer doesn't really touch on aliens, because it's not its
yeah,
place,
I know.
but they do imply that they exist.
Are
Like-
there alien dogs?
Humans are not the only sentient life in the galaxy in Lancer, they just don't talk about it.
I just look. I think that the aliens probably haven't invaded and eliminated everyone because they have fucking dogs. And they're just having like pity on these planets. They're just like, man, these losers don't even have dogs.
And it sucks for them, right?
Like they're just like, we can't attack them
Like, there's nothing of
unless it was
value
like a
on these
mercy
planets.
killing. Yeah, unless it was like a mercy killing. Like you
We
guys don't
can't
have-
possibly make them more miserable than they
Yeah,
already are.
exactly. Like, they don't have dogs. Like I don't.
Okay.
They don't know what the joy of love is.
So I know Kimchi has work.
Yeah.
And she would like to go, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And I have to do work too, so.
So
Have
next
to
time
do and
Cat
we'll
rushes
do our
in.
different things, I think.
I'm going to do it because she's literally nagging me. So, and I was just, I need like a half hour. And she's like, okay, but not longer. So
Alright.
that was 18 minutes ago. So I have a 15-minute range to like start it.
Okay. So, we'll have homework for you guys then. Figure out what the heck you're doing.
Figuring out a plan.
I
I-
feel like Romy already gave enough of this plan.
I will set up all sorts of stuff for you guys because I have no idea what your plan is going to be, so that's just gonna be a thing. Yay! That's fine. It's fine. All
Yep.
good.
It's like, okay, what about we seduce the camp?
It's fine.
Romy could go around and walk in from the other side and get them to focus on that side while y'all sneak in.
So I'll just have to make a big battle map, even though this wasn't necessarily going to have to be a battle map. I'll have to populate all the NPCs. I'll have to do all the
Make
things.
a jail.
You just assume we're gonna screw up so badly. It's
mean,
gonna become a battle.
I kind of assumed that when we left.
I mean, I kind of did too. But now that the
I mean, the
Now
first
that we're
thing
being
Ro-
called out on it, I feel like I'm insulted.
the first thing Romy asked was, "How do we blow the thing up?" Because she knew.
no, I figured we would just screw it up. Like when as soon as you guys were like, we want to sneak out there instead of just like have a conversation. Like I was just like, like Kat and I both were like, we're gonna end up like having to fight them, aren't we?
Romy
Yeah.
tried talking to them back in town, and they had none of
No,
it.
no. I mean, okay, yeah, no, I'm working on a plan. We'll have a plan.
They started it. They shot my drone.
Even your dog knows you're full of shit.
He sees a squirrel.
That you're being squirrely, yeah.
The squirrel is you. Yeah, so that is your homework. We will be meeting in 2 weeks, not next week, because if I do back-to-back Lancer, I'm going to run out of stuff, and I will not possibly have time to work on stuff. I even forgot to do the stupid title card today. Not that that is difficult, because I have a template. I just forgot. Completely forgot to do it.
Like you forgot to wish me happy birthday.
Yeah, I don't. What was I doing that day? Was that the day that I was like extra? Yeah, that was the day that I was like extra out of it.
No, you're not even apologetic about it. You're just like, yeah, I did.
I mean, apologizing is like making excuses. I admit that I did not, because I was just like completely. I don't know what was going on that day. I'm pretty sure. I think I
His
was like,
excuses, he was extra out of it.
I don't know, because we even talked at 6 a.m. and you called me out for still being awake.
I
Yeah.
mean, my excuse is I just didn't know, so.
Yeah, you didn't know.
I wished one at, 12:13.
Yep,
And
we
I
were
was like-
13 minutes late.
Yep. And that was after I was like talking about other stuff, and I was like, crap.
Yeah,
Talking about
you're
other
like, oh
stuff.
crap.
Yeah, I don't.
I was a bit surprised because you actually messaged me right at midnight,
And I was like, I
Romy
got
did.
this new book.
and you're like, "Are you talking?" I'm like, and I had like exited out of my game screen, going like, "Oh, that's gonna be him wishing me a happy birthday," because he always does that at midnight. Then it was just like, no, he's talking about a book. I'm not gonna remind him.
It's a pretty cool book. I didn't know it was midnight yet. I was super out of it
I don't have an
for 10
excuse.
minutes.
I just was out of it. I don't think I even know what day it was.
It's
It
okay.
was-
You-
it was
you don't-
Friday.
You don't love me. Fine.
I mean, if that's what you
No.
want to take away from it, I guess that's. I can't really do anything about that.
Doesn't even deny it. Wow.
Let's not
Savage.
He's like, if
antagonize.
you wanted to figure that out,
We're
have fun with that.
antagonizing the GM while we're trying to do stealthy stuff.
You antagonize everyone while trying to do
Well, I
anything.
antagonize the NPCs. They
For-
deserve it.
For the record, my whole intent with my sneak out there plan was just to figure out anything we could, even if it's just here's what their security is like.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some
Well,
mechs.
you have succeeded in that.
We're like, oh look, they have a fire and there's people.
And
And they
there's
talk. Oh,
Max on patrol.
do we see their food stores? We can sneak in and poison it.
Are there
Oh my
bears on this
gosh!
planet?
No.
Are there bears?
No.
GM? No? Damn.
There's nothing fuzzy.
I'm not gonna
Maybe
say there
look at
isn't
that.
anything fuzzy. Just anything that's fuzzy
Except
you
for-
may not want to pet.
Probably mold creatures.
It's just, oh, I pet this caterpillar, and I'm dead.
Listen, stuff
Out
that
of
survives the
desperation.
planetary apocalypse gets real weird and real hostile.
He's like, is this a dog?
I mean, to
Oh.
be fair, like everything on Earth has survived a planetary apocalypse. That's sort of how the dinosaurs died, and then
Everything got fuzzier and happier and cuter.
Yep, and for the next mass extinction event, we're going right back to Lizard Town. Can't wait for that one.
it's okay because it's a max extinction event, and we won't be there.
I mean, given planetary
Yeah.
conditions, we're going for big bugs again.
With my luck, I'll survive.
Oh,
it.
big bugs. I can't wait for that.
Eh.
You had to change the gravity for big bugs.
You don't actually have to change gravity for big bugs because you get big bugs that crawl on the ground.
Yeah, if you wanted big flying bugs, we have to change the gravity as well as increase the oxygen content.
No,
in the
no,
atmosphere.
I happen to know from a script that big bugs can just learn to fly.
We
If
need
they-
to talk
if they-
about.
I didn't know you did the treatment for evolution.
Like we may need to discuss that the quality of this script is in question, and I'm pretty sure there was zero scientific research on anything.
No, obviously things can just learn to fly
I've read
after
enough
they watch
script-
helicopters. I don't know what's like why you think that's not a thing, but
I've read enough scripts to know
Listen,
that they do
even
their
the
research.
Zerg can't do that, and they're the most BS evolution sci-fi trope ever.
I'm sorry
yet.
that you don't understand.
I mean, back in
Right.
the day, Gaunts couldn't climb stairs, but that's also another joke just for me.
And Daleks.
And then they got rocket engines.
Yeah,
and
I mean the
people
Daleks did learn
crap
how to fly.
themselves.
That's true.
They did learn how to fly.
Well, they
I
didn't
mean,
think
there
it
you
was
go.
a necessary ability, and then they went, "Oh wait, technology's a thing." Right.
Oh wait, steps.
Meanwhile, Cybermen still suck shit, but whatever.
Listen, they're super threatening somehow, even though they can't do much of anything except for walk in a straight line. But then they started flying, so I guess flying is the ultimate sci-fi evolution. I guess.
Daleks are pretty scary.
Are they?
Yeah, they
Because
say
they're,
stuff
they're just
and-
angry children with a gun. If you take away the gun, they're just angry children in a bucket.
But the thing is, you can't take away the gun. So I feel like that's what makes them scary.
Right.
Plus they have that plunger thing, and you're like, what the hell's that for?
And then,
That's
but
the
then
gun.
they plunged people's faces off.
The plunger thing's the gun.
No, the gun comes out of
ray
the
gun's
spatula.
gun.
Oh yeah, that's right.
The
Because the plunger
thing.
is where it should come out of, because that logically looks like a gun. But the thing that doesn't
But-
look like a gun
Yeah,
is the
no,
gun.
the
That's right.
plunger thing like sucks people's faces off.
Right.
And then you open them up and they look like Krang, and it's even scarier.
Is it scarier? It's just sad. They're just angry small children.
I did cry at one of the Dalek
What
episodes.
sort of
It
small
was pretty
children
sad.
you've seen that you think a Dalek looks like one?
No, I don't say they look like small children. They act like small children.
Okay, because like you're like, is it sad? Because it's just like angry small children. And I'm like, I have never seen a small
There
child
was that one guy
with
with that
just
weird,
a face and tentacles.
that one guy with the
So,
weird
That's
hat.
like
I'm
and
Cthulhu
concerned
cut out.
children.
about-
Those are Cthulhu
I'm
children.
concerned about what children you have been looking at.
I mean, I generally don't look at children. Which is the only appropriate answer to that question ever.
Well, I feel like it's okay to look at children.
Well, you're a woman. It's okay for you.
No, you have nieces. Like you're allowed to say how cute your nieces are without being a suspect thing.
Oh yeah, they're my nieces. They're not random kids at the park.
So I'm gonna go to bed.
On that note, stream is over.
Thanks for joining us for whatever the fuck this was.
Today was a weird day. We accomplished a whole lot of.
Look, you screwed up everything with that dog announcement.
Apparently, yes.
everything.
Apparently, yes.
Thankfully, we have 2 weeks to get over it.
Because
Good night, Kimchi.
that's where it all went.
Good night.
That's where it all went off rails. Okay, like we were hacking for information, and I was just like, oh, I know, but I don't need to know the name of the dog that he had with it. And you're like, oh no, I know dogs, and it's just like everything fell apart.
Yeah, there are no native dog species on this planet, and the dogs that are on this planet are mostly the property of rich people. Because rich people suck.
Eat the rich people. Get the dogs.
They probably taste pretty good.
Yeah, they're all
They're probably
fatty.
pretty rich.
Better than worm.
You don't know that for a fact.
Like sending a retirement notice to Barnett. I'm sorry, but I have to retire to find a planet that has dogs.
Like, it occurred to me today that I've never seen a dog, and I thought it was just because I was too poor. But then I became aware that there are just not dogs on this planet, and I absolutely cannot live here anymore.
It's when you take away the dream of a dog.
As such, I've removed all of the money from your corporate spending account, and I am gone now. Bye.
But yes, so we will pick this up with all sorts of things I will have to account for and plan for, unless people want to tell me
Cat
their
will-
plan.
Nope.
Rome's
Cat's just
going
gonna
to-
like
You're gonna be as
Flood
unprepared
the
next session as
entire,
we were
like-
this session.
is gonna be
Cool.
hacking into the news network and spreading dog videos and being like, "This is what we need, Eden. Don't let the witch just keep the dogs."
Romy's gonna get a pet lizard for the barracks.
But on a real note, we probably should tell him what our plan is before the session. Because
Yes, I will.
But then he might be prepared.
Well, I mean that's also a danger. But no, I will tell. I will come up with a plan. Okay.
Okay.
Once I get over the travesty of.
I like though we all wait back here while you go up there and listen to stuff playing.
I mean, that is a plan.
I
It's-
just feel like that is a plan, but it's a dumb plan.
I didn't say it was a good plan or a smart plan. I just said it is a plan.
I just feel like, like,
So yes, we will we'll end this tonight here.
if my hack hadn't like done so horribly after the dog trauma, I had a plan, and then it fell apart because that hack just was horrible. So I couldn't go forward with the plan I had.
Well, you can hack again.
I just repeated the hack.
Just keep hacking till it works.
No, I actually did have a plan. I did, and it fell apart with the bad roll there. So
I mean,
That's
you
when
got
I was just like,
some information out of it. It wasn't a
no, but not the
worthless,
information I needed specifically to justify what I wanted to do next.
fair.
So
You
Well,
wanted
no,
a
'cause,
reason
like,
to go in guns blazing.
no, I wanted to see if, like, I needed more than just surface information. Because like one thing I wanted to do was like, is it possible to like hack his email, or hack his contacts or his like the equivalent of phone records, because like people can do that to try to see if he's been in contact with any of the higher ups of the Miners Guild, or if he's kind of just being rogue, you know, like if he's just like jumping on the movement, because to see how like officially sanctioned this whole move is, because I still don't think the Miners Guild is going to be like, yeah, we totally want Holland to piss off at us too at the same time as we're fighting Eden. That's just dumb. That is dumb. And the Mining Guild has been idealistic and made a couple like not so smart decisions, but they haven't been like outright dumb. But getting two enemies on your side, and technically yeah, there's a lot of like holes there that I couldn't look into because the hack was just so bad. So my mind was actually at work, okay? The hack was just horrible.
Then the dogs didn't exist and shit hit the fan.
Yeah, like it ruined all my happy dreams and
Well, I mean, I could try to hack.
I realized that life had no meaning. So why even try?
We're just a couple of bad sessions away from Monster of the Week.
Oh, I know. It's like, oh my gosh. Well, it doesn't help that like Barnett's a jackass who never ever answers things because he doesn't think he needs to.
He doesn't.
Well,
I mean, he doesn't.
He
This is true.
doesn't, but it means that you don't like. It means the whole like, well, like, do we support him becomes an absolute like, well, fuck no, because he's a jackass who doesn't answer emails. Like, it becomes like a he left me on red thing, or sometimes he didn't even bother to read it. So it's just like, no, I'm not gonna like back the guy who's treating me like shit. Like, that's just like an abusive situation. Screw
Here's
that.
the deal, though. He's had several opportunities to offload us or possibly get rid of us because we've definitely fucked up a couple of his plans in one way or another. But he's been pretty amicable about a lot of that shit. So.
Well, no, he has been, which is why she is still sending him like updates. You know, she doesn't really expect him to send like long letters back, but he's being a jackass because he's not
Yeah,
even
fair.
acknowledging he receives them. She's just like, oh my god, I am trying to at least keep you in the loop and treat you with my version of respect, which is a lot more respect than I give anybody else right now. And he's not even like acknowledging that. So she's just like, at this point, she's like, no. Clearly backing you is not the plan.
Listen, he's clearly busy conspiring against the company. That's why he
Look,
hired you in the
no.
first place, right? Like,
That literally is kind of
like
why he did.
Well, yeah, but if he was like even remotely like, obviously they're willing to help him conspire against the company because they have made that clear. And she actually really felt guilty about like the dude saying like, Barnett's files on update. She was like, fuck, I'm gonna hack this guy's computer later and make sure he doesn't get any transmissions. Because she doesn't want to get Barnett in trouble. She's actually trying really hard to respect him. He's not making it easy.
you keep sending him unprofessional personal emails.
Yeah, so.
I like that you're just
You
like,
act
yeah,
like that is disrespectful, and it's not.
but you're also expecting him to then respond to those.
He doesn't have to even like fully respond to those. And actually, no, some of them were actually somewhat professional, and he still ignored them.
I mean, yeah, it's not like you're prefacing the email with, "Hey, donkey dick, guess what? Bullshit happened today."
No, it's like some of them was like, these are information we are leaving out of the official reports and giving you the choice of how much you are going to divulge. So she was actually giving him like the inside information of like, this is what actually happened.
I mean, the
And
problem with that is, if I recall correctly, he did explicitly make a comment about not contacting him about things that are like, you know, grossly like finger pointy. Just like don't have those on official communications. Don't tell me these things.
no, but number one, it was not. If you think she's not sending them,
Yeah, but they're still going to his email.
yeah, but I don't think she would not be sending them to be like his corporate email that the company also reads. It's more like she would be sending them to as private a thing as possible that she would be able to get her hands on, because again, hacker.
She found out he still has an AOL account and is using that.
I mean, as someone who still has an AOL account,
I do
When's the
not.
last time you signed into it?
less frequently than the store owner that we know.
Or my mother. Anyways.
Oh, I still find it great that he just hasn't transitioned because it's just like too much work for me to change. I can't be
I
bothered.
finally got my mom to transition to Gmail.
Yeah, that was a process, my folks.
But like, no, she's not sending it. No, like, it's not. I have a feeling like a lot of her emails are like, here's the information, and then it's like, it would be seriously like the James Bond thing, where it's like, and this email will now self-destruct. You know, like, it would be like, and if
Mission
it was
Impossible, but I like the spirit.
Mission Impossible, yeah. I forgot about which. Well, I mean, like, it also was on, like, wasn't it on, like, sarcastic ones on. Not Smart? Is it the company?
Get smart.
Get Smart, yeah.
Yeah.
I think they did, like, sarcastic ones there, too. Because it.
Could be worse. Could be Inspector
Yeah.
Gadget.
Yeah, no. But, yep.
That's Broderick Inspector Gadget.
But yeah, so no, she's not leaving these emails to hang out.
So
like-
she's sending him WhatsApp messages.
Well,
Alright. You have to get
that
going
sounds
too, don't you?
interesting. Yes, I need to work on
10
aliens.
minutes ago, technically. How are you still working on that, by the way? Like, what is going on?
We had to stop and. So this is also why it's not good for me to be like coming up with the plans, is because I had to stop and do a movie that was about an actual spy operation during World War II and how they planned it. So like my plans are all now seriously like.
How are we doing compared to that so far?
Somehow more planning.
I guess
no
the
one's
answer to
had
that is
an
no.
affair yet. No one's had an affair with someone they weren't supposed to yet. So I don't know what that means, but that's a thing.
I mean, if Al needs to turn on the charm.
Yeah, can Al go seduce the
Romy
miners
was
with the handshake?
wandering around by herself earlier.
Are you saying Al and Romy got together? Is this what's being?
No, I said by myself. Or herself. Somebody's self.
Yeah, but that's right after he said that Al would need to turn on the charm.
I don't
He's
know what Al was
implying
doing.
that Al and Romy should hook up, I guess. I feel like that is a relationship that would end very poorly.
Well, Romy kept rolling those charming grin things on Al and working.
Well, Al just rolled shittily, to be fair.
Well, that
Yeah,
just means
she
that
was-
Al is apparently easily seduced. That doesn't
Romy-
mean.
Romy was also overpowering him when he was trying to pull her out of a room, and she attached herself to a door.
Yeah, actually, canonically, Al is like weak to something with Romy.
Yeah, see? This
pretty
is
sure
only
he-
adding to the shipping material.
I'm pretty sure he could have pulled the door off if he wanted to, but
I'm gonna sink this fucking ship with my cannon, okay?
You can try.
Al is, in my
like-
mind, a sexless being, but
Well, not according to the rest of the town who saw him naked.
I mean, you can see somebody naked and they still aren't, down to clown.
No, but I mean, like, never mind.
Listen, nobody saw his tackle. There's just, there were still boxers, as far as I remember from that encounter.
Was there?
no Ken doll stuff going on.
The Metatron. Anyways, no, I don't know. I've put zero thought into my character's fucking tallywhacker. So
Me too.
yeah, I don't know. Is that gonna be? Am I gonna have to do a little? Am I gonna have to do a study or something on this? Should I write this up? Should I get out my
That's-
cyberpunk?
That's your homework.
Yeah. I'll get out my cyberpunk rulebook and use their rules for creation of genitalia.
I mean, I feel like the funny part is it's you two saying that. Well, both Kim Chi and I know our characters' entire sexual histories. Well, actually, we don't know our characters' entire sexual histories because there's no way our characters kept track of it.
Well, I do know that my character uses her gender to get away with stuff when she can.
I feel like that would
Yeah.
work better if you would stop doing things in people's faces immediately.
Well, she doesn't always do that. She's not. She's
I
not
mean,
used to.
Track record so far would indicate otherwise.
Oh no, I'm saying she's not always using her gender to do stuff. She's usually doing what y'all see, but she's also not used to working in groups, so she's kind of trying to find her place in the group.
I mean, the thing is, Kat would totally use her gender to get stuff done, but she's not going to in the situations they've been in because they've been representative security and everyone knows they have a damn mech behind them. So it's like
Well, I mean,
suddenly the goblin interrupts a lot of seductive moments, okay?
Romy's a little androgynous. She's kind of on the female side of androgynous, so she can get away with playing a guy if she wants to, too. So she uses that a lot. More so than trying to, sexually get over on people.
And Al gets stopped at comic book conventions so that people ask him to sign their copy of The Hills Have Eyes.
All right,
I feel like
we're I think we're done tonight.
he's like, we're ending this conversation. We are ending this conversation now.
I think we're gonna end stream.
I thought you already had.
No.
Are we still going?
Yeah,
Fantastic.
Going the entire time.
Worm cat suit.
If you like this episode, remember to subscribe, and comment.
When it shows up on YouTube, sure. 24 hours, not allowed
Ring the
to.
bell.
Has to stay exclusive to Twitch for 24 hours. But yeah. Okay. I don't know if I really want to raid onto anybody. That's just inflicting some sort of terrible suffering, I think. Because some of you
Have
are
a
in the chat.
dogless world.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, we'll raid somebody. We're gonna move.
We're rating.
We're
we're
move
raiding somebody?
Whoever is left over to my friend Wanderpuss because she's great and I don't know, she'll tolerate the weird shit. But
Yeah, I guess.
yeah. Thanks for coming, everybody. Whoever is still left. I'll see you in
We're so sorry.
2 weeks for Lancer if you want to come back.
I ain't sorry for nothing.
All right. Have a good night,
He
everybody.
gave me a planet without dogs.
For Lancer, if you want to come back.
I ain't sorry for nothing.
Anytime anything goes wrong,
Have a
that's
good
gonna
night,
He gave me a
everybody.
planet without
be
dogs.
thrown at you.
I ain't sorry for nothing.
Anytime anything goes wrong,
Have
that's
a good
gonna
He gave me a planet without
be
dogs.
thrown.
As has been stated previously,